Good morning. It is July 7th. We're going to be streaming stocks, options, and futures trading today live. If you haven't, sub up, like up, comment down. Happy Money sticks around. We have a Twitter you can follow us on at Happy Money YT, and our Discord server linked in the description, which I will also pin in chat. What's going on here? Got about 5 minutes to open. Twitter bot's still down. Lots of discussion on the Discord. You're not on there yet? Jump on. Join the conversation. Oh, sorry, we've got MULN basically flat, but did have some bounces pre-market there. Holding up really nice. Yeah, gonna continue to watch it for some more entries. My browser's already starting out laggy. That's not a good sign. It's been happening like in the afternoon. Good morning, Molava. Good morning, Cameron. Wild Friday, maybe. Afternoon, Sam. Morning, Buzzin'. Good morning, Tyler. Morning, Passing Cloud. Morning, Macaron. Yeah, it looks like a little gap down on barbecue. It's down 8.5. It's showing me on E-Trade. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I'm gonna give it a little bit of time in the morning. We might just rip out of the dip and we'll call it a wick out of that support zone. If it doesn't, I probably will be closing. So, yeah. Okay, bell is about to ring. Oh, now it says it's down 22% pre-market. Yeah. So it looks like an 18% gap down right to 25 cents. Interesting level there. Down 18% on barbecue. Tops up 14%. Oh my goodness, did you see that? Oh, wild. Yeah, it's selling off some. 21%. %, 25%, 26%. Uh, 25% is at 23 cents. There's back to 26%. Eyes rallying up a bit there. Morning, Zoomy. Check. Yeah, that's true. 445 was the last reported update on the borrow available shares, so borrow fee might be higher when they come back. Hey, Josip. HKD, it's up a little bit, 2.5%. MULN's down 4%. See if it bounces on that level from yesterday or continues to fill that gap. Party City's up 25%. Barbecue's down 28% now. ACHR looking good. Let's look at something that looks good. 6.5% on ACHR. Yeah, could be doing a little cup and handle here. Or a double top. Has an RSI divergence, but... Or wait, actually it doesn't. It does, but it's that can happen. Price action looks more like a cup and handle. Anything? Top is up 14.5%. Barbecue's getting a little bounce. Not a bounce, up bottoming. Down 25%. Beyond is up 2.5. Well, stocks being canceled doesn't look like good news. If you're grasping at seeing it as positive, then yeah, it's seek and you'll find. That is very relevant here. Going up a little bit on barbecue, 21%. Rivian's up 8.5. Top's up 12.25 now. Rally, are you back in top? Rivian's had quite the rally. Party City's up 50%. No, HKD is up like 2.5. Last I checked. Up 3.5. RXT's up 5%. Wish is up 4.5. QuantumScape up 4. We're looking at Wish. I didn't like their options. Barbecue moving back up to where it opened. At 24.70. Still down 20%. 21%. We're not getting the straight rip from open though, like we've seen before on gap downs. So not a good sign so far. Castle Biosciences? Drug approval or something? New cancer gene risk test data? Body's up 18%. Okay, I closed out of some. Grrr. For the technology. Up 70%. Science biggest contract worth 270 million. AI. Like on their first line in their profile. Alright, barbecue back to open. My sacrifice will forever be remembered as we fill this gap. There you go. There's a high there on barbecue. High of the day, 25.20. Down 18%. Yeah, Party City's up 76%. MULN's a medium hold. MULN's down 8%. Bounced right on that 20 cents. $25.70, down 16.5. See if it finds any resistance here. Oh, cute, pot the dip. Hmm. Oh, it's coming up more, $25.99. Down 15.5% now. 2610, 15%, still climbing. I truly feel the implied volatility. 70% on Party City. Sen is up 12%. 14.25%. It's up 26.38. Got 27 as a potential resistance. And then the bigger resistance, which was support yesterday, which would be 28.65 area. Yeah, MULN did bounce so far off of 20 cents. Vivian almost 10%. Barbecue still kind of filling the gap. 26.42 down 14%. I didn't get the best exit this morning. $100 million on MULN. Jeez. That's crazy. Yeah, I think on OTC we actually do see retail moving it. As well as, I mean, you're kind of seeing maybe where the stock's actually valued at. Like, even though they're in Chapter 11, even though they're selling off stuff, stocks still trade in Chapter 11, and they have volatility, and they have catalysts, and they go up and down, and, you know, market cap's 195 million, which is not much at all still. So, you know, I guess you're speculating that this is going to go Chapter 7 and shareholders are going to get nothing. It's maybe a higher probability than you making money out of it, but there's still value there. So could be just retail, or I mean, it could be like it's priced in for, they're not completely Chapter 7, but close to Chapter 7, which is basically where we see it. I'm moving up there. Barbecue. Wow, wow, wee, wow. 27 cents. Way down 12% now. 27.50. This is the problem with doing TEA in the stock, though, is it's susceptible to catalyst, which just wipes it out. Buy high of the day. Into yesterday's high of the day, 440.10. It's like the gap never happened. Thanks, Joshua. I'll be sure to keep you in mind. I don't know. So far my prediction's been somewhat off. Like, I saw us potentially doing this. I was just a little hasty on when it should happen. If this flips into resistance though, yeah, I'm happy that I'm out, I guess, with a majority. If this turns back into support, then yeah, I'll look to maybe be getting back in, honestly. But yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking it'll still be a pretty big down day for it, even though it's had a lofty bounce out of that low. Bye. Morning, David. Worth getting an hour worth of. Well, Jonathan, like I said, I just closed out of most of mine, so yeah, I mean the filing doesn't look good. I'm sure you can see the good and whatever you want. You can be positive about it. I guess we kind of assumed the stock's reaction to the filing, because on the surface it definitely doesn't look good, and so there's just speculation that it is a good thing and part of a plan, and that, you know, yeah, it's still just speculating. Yeah, I did watch it. AJ was fired up, man. All in on barbecue again. MULN had a nice bounce around 20 cents. I'm gonna give some time for MULN. Give it some time to consolidate. Maybe picking up on the 20-cent bounce would be good. You could still fill this gap. I'll look for that gap fill to maybe add. Keep adding M&A lawyers. Nice passing cloud, well done. There you go, barbecue's a little bit higher. That's high of the day on it. 27.72 it hit. Only down single digits now. No, you can't bite on Weeble, that's true. I mean, they're not planning on chapter 7, Cameron. But yeah, I don't know. But just because I don't have an answer to that doesn't mean that means that shareholders are going to have value. Even if someone wants to remain anonymous and is coming to buy it, none of that changes anything else, right? Roach. I was like, what is that? BJDX. A nice runner, yeah, 75%. Place a limit order. Yes, that's true. Limit orders. So with the TA, this is, I mean, again, it kind of wicked out of here, but this kind of fails the handle on a cup and handle. And fails the inverse head and shoulders. But given that it is from news, again, if it bounces right back up into the pattern it was in, but yeah, this is more of a news driven play, so it's just risky to try and play it on TA. And that's why before I was playing on TA, but I was actually closing out almost every night, so I would try and buy the low of the day and sell the high of the next day. So it was like, then that night I'd be out, and then, or yeah, and then I'd sell that day, and then I'd also buy back in that day. I'd sell the next day, buy back in. So I was just basically holding. Actually, I was doing the opposite. I guess I was just holding overnight. I don't know, but just having more of a cash position, and then just trading it more to reduce the exposure to news. But then you reduce your exposure to news if it's really bullish as well, of course. Buy, just kind of retesting the highs from yesterday. If you're gonna pull back to VWAP here. This freaking lag, man. I just need a new CPU. Like, I was gonna just throw a new CPU in it, but I don't even know if that would fix it. RB's at 27.30. It's down 11.25. It broke above that 27-cent resistance. See if it can flip something to support here. MULN's down 4.8. Still above that 20 cents. Party City's up 66%. Top's up 10. Rivian's up 11.5. I feel like I have a position in SDC. It's Teladoc and Zoom that make me feel like that. Those COVID ones. Barbecue 27.70, down 9.95. Yeah, I've reinstalled Chrome. I actually switched to Edge. It's maybe slightly better on Edge, but maybe not. Yeah, it is a little bit better on Edge. I'm actually glad Edge is sick. To one knows in a community of retards buying. You think a share buyback's good for MULN? Them actually physically spending money on that? Get new computer. I bought the dip instead of sold the dip. The STL. RSTA. Were you want to mention this earlier? I mean, it's a catalyst driven thing, so you could have a continuation. Big gap up like that though, probably see some profit taking. They have a gap to fill down here. Not a whole lot to look as far as TA. Like, it was waiting for this catalyst, and now we're up here. If I were to trade it, my only trades would probably be just intraday scalps. Intraday looks fine. It's holding VWAP. Like to see it hold above this support. I'd probably have stops below that, and I'd maybe add to it above 1940. Look for profits at 2028. Breaks that, maybe add to it up there. PC is pretty old, yeah. CPU, it's like 8 years old. But yeah, it's weird that I don't notice issues with anything else spiking my CPU usage other than the browsers. But that partially could be because I mostly just use browsers. But like Premiere doesn't spike CPU, Photoshop doesn't. I don't use those that much anymore, but I don't know. I mean, I suppose they would load up the graphics card more than the CPU, but don't know. It's like it's not. It doesn't. Not like it's. Yeah. I guess if a CPU is going bad, does it just spike in usage? No news on barbecue auction. Oh, unless you haven't heard the news that the baby auction was canceled. I think the share buyback, I'm thinking for MULN, the share buyback was part of the squeeze and shorts plan, maybe, because it seems really foolish to be doing that with their pre-revenue. They have lots of debt, negative cash flow. It could be bullish, David. I mean, I feel like it's more of a stretch seeing that it's bullish than that's not. But it could be. Unfortunately, the TA broke down with that huge gap down for me too. Run cleaner. Dude, C cleaner is like that's like malware. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Hard drive might be going bad. These are 5 minute I'm looking at right now. It's not my hard drive that spikes though. It's my CPU, so could that still be my hard drive that's causing it? Oh, my memory's running awful hot. There you go. There's a new high there on barbecue. $27.99, only down 9% now. Highs coming down. I have I use whatever came with this motherboard, F-Stream tuning to see my levels. I don't know why my memory's so high right now though. Weird. Barbecue filling the gap. Wow. 28.80. We're down 6.3 now. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe Cameron on MULN, something like that. Because otherwise, it's. I mean, just even the news that they're having a share buyback, you know, pump the stock up. I don't know why my memory's running so high. OBS is really a hog today. Normally I'm like less than 50% on the memory. Right now it's 84. Wait. Can be running. It has Streamlabs running and OBS. Does OBS? I mean, I know it's kind of the same thing, but do they both have to be running? What's going on here? Yeah, I think they do. Buy consolidating up here. Barbecue still filling this gap. 29 cents. Down 5.5% now. We suck again. I don't know. It's me, BK. I mean, they didn't sell everything. They just sold the IP. And I don't think it's finalized actually on either one of them. Overstocks is further down the road and might be finalized, but there might be kind of period where they can... I'm not sure. And then I'm hearing about Sport's going to have them run for 30 days. I don't know where they're getting that from or what that even means necessarily. The board's about to start. First red candle barbecue's had on the 5-minute, or see if it even closes red, might not. 35 minutes. I think Edge is using all that RAM. Is it though? Oh, I don't have more tabs open. I have a couple. Barbecue, first red candle. Might be building that second red candle. So this is what I was saying about using that as resistance. The prior support, looks like it is. Why is... Okay. I sold out of the rest of them. Bye. Flushing down there. I just closed my short too. Flush down to VWAP. Look at that red candle. tricked a friend of mine. Yeah, barbecue recovered. Not 30%, but maybe 15 or 20. Naked share investigation pending. May also give them a 180-day window. Why do they need a window? Window for what? Barbecue coming down a little bit there. $27.24. It's down 11.4. Pretty City's up 62%. GTII is up. It's 20%. Kodak's continuing to climb. 7.5% on Kodak. That's kind of interesting. Kodak was this kind of the first squeezy one I was in, maybe? Looks like barbecue's finding a range between these two levels, 27.02 and kind of 28.80 for resistance. That's support from yesterday, which I'm not liking for bullish TA wise, but could break it. I mean, there's a huge bounce in that gap down. It wasn't just a gap down though, it was a gap down and then a big sell-off from there, which didn't look very good. Yeah, it sold off 11.5% from its 20-something% gap down. Yeah, Rivian's up pretty good, 9.25. Should I vote for another reverse split in August? Oh, jeez. 10 shares outstanding. Yeah, I did, Cameron. I've been trading it though, like you guys have. This is stuff I just bought back in here. So yeah, I guess I did hold this a little longer. It's been almost a week. Last trade I did only lasted a few days. Gorilla Tech taking off. The apes are buying it. There's still a gap. Oh, MULN's gap? What failed? 2239. Barbecue's gap's not filled. It has up until 30. Oh, I didn't know that, Jonathan. So they're potentially using part of that to delay the requirements of NASDAQ. So they don't have to reverse split. That's very interesting. Sorry, I know I'm way behind. I'm watching the charts pretty closely here, guys. I've made big moves this morning so far, so yeah. Mostly just with barbecue, but then I'm also trading futures right now on the SPY, and it's cheating around weird spots. Might just end up being a choppy day. I have to look out for that. Barbecue 2790 down 9.3. Slow reader. Yeah, MULN bounced off that 20 cents pretty good. It's up almost 5% now. Just leave that up here for now. Barbecue 2770 down 9.5. BY up for sale. They sold to Overstock, the IP. And bye bye baby. I believe the IP is going to Dream on Me. What do they mean by the deal is done? Yeah, I mean they canceled the auction, which could mean the deal's done. No one knows. They said even in the, I don't know, filings, I guess, they would only have an auction if it was necessary. But then in the filing they released last night saying they canceled the auction, it's because they said they didn't have any higher bidder, and it's then Dream on Me. But I'm not an attorney, I'm not a CPA, I'm not a bankruptcy attorney, so I'm not sure if they were talking about if they were specifying a higher bidder than Dream on Me, or just a higher bidder for other stuff and Dream on Me is the highest bidder for IP. Yeah, really don't know. So when there is some confusion, people that want to see bullishness, see bullishness. People that want to see bearishness, see bearishness. Some people just hold out of confusion. And other people close out of confusion. Yeah. I believe it was all over and I got proved wrong. SPY's kind of, yeah, we might be kind of chopping around. Got a couple different patterns we're waiting for it to continue on. It's kind of stopped in the middle. So we've got this big cup and handle, and today we'll see a continuation potentially of that handle. However, there's also this inverse cup and handle. So if we start to reject today, then it could be this one that wins out, and then we're headed down. So with all that tugging, we're kind of we might just chop. However, if we don't, whatever way it goes, basically whatever breakout, we could see a continuation move from that level. Is 440.21. I think we could see if we break out of that and with strength and hold out of support, I think we could see back to these highs, these 443s. To the downside, yeah, I would think down to 431 would be the next stop. So we're just kind of right in the middle of these two different patterns, the way I see it. And I'm just getting chopped around because I'm not paying attention. Yeah, you've got like a little double top there actually. Easier to see with extended hours off. You also have this cup and handle, but if it double tops there and it fails, that's all the move you're gonna get from that. Very interesting. Your spot we're in. And I need to stop trading and just wait for a bigger setup. Barbecue's 27.52, down 10.5%. MULN's up 2.5. Yeah, I think I'll get more on the gap fill. Not sure if I'll do any more before that though. Probably not. And even that gap fill, we have to see if it starts to hold that level. 1730. Maybe 1605. Makes you still have an inverse head and shoulder here. For it to come down and retest this shoulder would be a gap fill. Yeah. Also kind of have a cup here and a handle, which would also lead me to believe it's going to come down. But just have to be patient on it. So far today on barbecue, it's nice it bounced up. I don't like that it is basically finding resistance at the prior support. But it is above this support from earlier, so. And we do have a head and shoulders here now on the 5-minute. Overstock doesn't want the IP. No, I think they do. I don't think that's changed at all with BBY. You've added 5 more lawyers. They're gonna rack up quite a bill, man, with all these. Well, no, the auction was kind of a almost a last case scenario. So they had interested bidders, but in the filing itself, they mention yeah, it's conflicting. It's very conflicting. But they mentioned Dream on Me as the winning bidder. Eyes coming down here. But before that, they said the auction would only take place if it was necessary. They didn't have a buyer or bidder. Living out of sheer confusion. I like all the stores. Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks for your insight, man. Yeah, I liked your plays you're in. Oh, all the stories. Spy kind of made a little inverse cup here on the 5 minute. See if we get a bounce. Probably up to VWAP for a handle. Barbecue down 11.2%, 27.31. You might get big news this weekend on it. And you might have a big gap up on barbecue. That's a possibility. GME is flat on the day, 22.82. Here's SPY bouncing off the lows. Kodak's up 10%. Looks like it's making the handle. Gonna get into some shorts on the futures and maybe some puts. So early though, 10:30. Gotta wait a bit. Wait, make sure this is confirmed. Maybe I'm still high. MULN up 1.3. Barbecue 27.36, down 11%. Just got in the 710 422 call. You really are conditioned after getting puts too much on SPY, huh? Thanks, Jonathan. Overstock in another company? That's what some people have said. I've heard they can share it, but I honestly don't know that. And I think most people actually don't know. It's a lot of guesses, I'd say. Some people might have better guesses than others. More educated guesses, more experience. Yeah, I did get in some daily SPY puts, 438s. I don't like how high the premiums are this early, but I think the move is potentially happening. Starting to. How in the world? Wow. Got an awful fill. Okay, barbecues chilling. Party City's up 41%. MULN's just barely green. Beyond Meat's up 4.5. Reaching back for that high. FLT's up 1%. Lies right around VWAP. First Solar's up 5%. Discourse up 5%. NRC's up 2.7. Tempted to close out of my GNRC position. I think I'm basically max profit I can get on that thing. Lucid's flat. Gobi's up 2.5. Paradox flat. Zooms up 1%. GME barely green. 27.75 on barbecue. Down 9.7%. Buy kind of climbing up here. Well, hopefully it's not a chop day. Thank you guys for your likes. It's 10:45. We're just over an hour in. Got 19 thumbs ups. I appreciate it. Triggers limit buys. Yeah, maybe it does trigger some limit buys. I don't. Did he say he has no affiliation with barbecue? He didn't say that, as far as I know. We just heard in that interview he says he's the reason why he both sold his shares. I kind of climbing up a little bit. Might cancel out my handle here. His views on the company changed. Yeah, I don't think he's under any sort of legal ramifications if he's still involved. Not that I know of, at least. Good day to sell some credit spreads, maybe on SPY. I gotta think about doing that on the days it's just choppy. Selling that theta instead of buying it. I don't think there's any legal ramifications. He already did say he's out on it. I mean, he said it in a filing when he sold his shares at 30 bucks a share. That was him saying he's out. My memory's still... like Edge uses more memory or something. One of my RAMs went bad. Yeah, that's weird. It looks like all my RAM is fine. It's still reading all of it. Guess even if it's reading, it could still be bad. If typically my RAM is below, much lower. What's Finger doing? Is it still rallying? Yeah, there you go, 9%. Yeah, people are betting on all sorts of different stuff with barbecue granite. Firefox? No, I don't want Firefox. Edge is actually really nice. And it is lighter, I think, than Chrome. It used to be awful, but gotten way better. That's true, I could do a little format. I feel like I recently did that, but yeah, that's probably what I need to do. A little refresh. A little Windows refresh. Jeez, spies being kind to the data farmers today. up there a little bit. Dish is up 3.6. They say it's up 4.5. Drops up 1.9. AMC's down 0.8. Lift is up 1.8. Run's up 4.25. Peloton's up 2.5. I like the dish. Alright, back down to VWAP. Chop, chop, chop. And SPY just bounced off VWAP. Overstock's up 7. Retracing a lot of that drop from yesterday. Low on barbecue today? I think we've hit the low already. The next low? I don't know. VWAP could be it. There's also lining up at 25.50, which is a support. Just climbing up here a little bit. Levi have earnings? Price cuts? Price cuts. Buy climbing. See if we get a double top again on the high of the day. Yeah, SPY's getting close to the high of the day. 440.24 was the very top. So if you find some resistance here, you could take some profits on your calls. If you have them, it might just end up being a choppy day. Always re-enter if we break out and retest or retake some. I'll probably take some off at the high. Barbecue, little candle up there. A bull flag on the 5-minute on barbecue. Muscle gap on a lure. Aller. I mean, gaps don't fill just to fill. This is at multiple reverse splits. There's lots of gaps. Gap at $42 also. So not necessarily. Once you start to see some reversal, and then maybe once it starts to fill, if there's not a resistance, then yeah, you're gonna have a vacuum up to the next resistance. Which looks like it's about halfway up. The bid for barbecue was by Overstock. I don't know. It's pretty much meaningless. It's very low amounts, under 100 million. And same with the bid for Bye Bye Baby. Little bouncer on barbecue. Close to the high of the day. Retesting that resistance. Nickel's up 7.5. Carvana's up 10.25. PacWest is up 2.5. Open doors up 2.3. Clean Spark. Haven't seen this one in a while. We're up 10.5. Ours up 7. Beach body up almost 20 now. 28.01 on barbecue. I'm double topping a bit on that resistance so far. GME is up 1.5 now. Kodak still escalating. 13.5. No catalyst on this, huh? Lots of volume in the last 2 days, 3 days. Super low float and high bar rate. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason for that. There's a lot of demand to borrow shares because people want to short it. People want to short it because they think it's overvalued. Try and go with the flow. Overstock doesn't make sense. I mean, kind of. They got a good deal on a brand name. They've been trying to get rid of their kind of brand name because they just sound like a liquidator, which I agree with, when they're actually kind of a furniture store. We got a little pop and barbecue. See if it finds resistance here or busts through. Might be making it through. Might be filling the gap. We're down 6% now. 29 cents. There you go. There's a new high on barbecue. 28.99. Down 5.75. Girded. Great. Yeah. 150% on GUR now. Oh yeah, that's the one with AI in its profile. Gonna see this little head and shoulders here. Mm-hmm. Well, they don't want the stores, cool. They just wanted the online in the name. Huge run on Monday. If we get back up into that handle pattern, yeah, I mean, I was hopeful for a run really after this day. What day that was? That was Monday. Yeah, once Monday came around, completed that inverse head and shoulders there. Looked like we're bottoming on the handle. It was looking good. Last 2 days, looking good still. And canceling the auction, maybe it doesn't matter. I mean, sentiment so far seems like that wasn't an issue at all. So, or it was priced in, or yeah, it was never priced to have an auction. Which, I mean, yeah, the what I shared on they specified. Okay, what's spiking right now? Yeah, it's CPU spiking. Memory's just been pretty high. The auction description, the date and time of the auction, if one is needed, which will be held at the office of Kirkland and Ellis. So, if you look in the filing, they're only going to have it if it was needed. So, yeah. But in the filing where they canceled it, it looked an awful lot like they were saying they don't need it because Dream on Me is the highest bidder and there's no higher bidders. Oh, barbecue moving up. Filling the gap a little more. 29.75. Broke through that support. That's kind of a big deal for my my TA. That's very funny. Down 3.25. Only has a little bit to go to fill that gap and be back at 30 cents. Huge bounce on barbecue today. Happened much slower than we've seen as far as a big gap down and bounce. We fill the gap, it's a 38% bounce. Oh. The Chapter 11 bankruptcy volatility OTC continues. Be a nice little reward for you guys holding out of sheer stupidity. Why you're rewarded for that? I don't know. Kodak up 14.5%. I think it's getting to a resistance up here. No, I don't know who that even is, Macaron. BBBYQ 29.51, down 4%. Looks like it's probably going to fill this gap. It's holding above that support from yesterday. That's pretty bullish. Put a small amount back in. It broke above that support. Cost me a pretty good amount with that transaction. Double stockbroker. Squeeze place, interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of them. Could have just slept in this morning. That would have helped. Spy's still chopping around here. Choppy. Kodak stuck at 580. $28.50. Barbie's down 7.35. Starting to dance around this resistance support. Six new lawyers specializing in corporate M&A, private equity worked on reviewing and analyzing joint venture agreements, discussing carve-out transaction, drafting purchase agreements for Baby. Climbing up some more. I broke out a little bit there. New high on the day. Nice, well done, J Souls. Have a good weekend, buddy. Maybe they already have the buyer. I mean, in the filing it says they didn't get a higher or better offer than Dream on Me. So I think it was partially the wording on the filing that is leading to confusion. Because how would they even know they have a higher bid if they don't have an auction? Also, the tear is pushing. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, 18%. It does look pretty good. I wanted to get some rad calls. A little late on these now. Oh well, they probably haven't actually increased in price yet. Double the rad. Barbecue filling that gap a little bit. A little bit more. New high on the day. What did it hit? At 29.88. Blow into birds. Oh, yeah, let's just buy birds. I'll buy it out. The filing, any offer they want. They've said that before. They can choose any offer they want, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the highest offer. Sure, yeah, no, that sucked. I wish I just slept in this morning. I was trying to be as patient as I could this morning, and I didn't sell for any of this. I mean, look, it had a 23% gap down below where I said I was going to sell it. And then it went down another 12%, and I held. So then on that bounce back up, I was definitely going to reduce some position. Then up here, I mean, it still could be resisting here. As you see, it's fighting it some. So I didn't go back in with as much as I closed out of. But yeah, this was crap. But I'm sticking to my risk management. So I think over the long run, if you don't have risk management, you definitely will just lose your money. Ask me how I know. Every time a bell rings, a happy makes earnings. Wait, what? High the day there on barbecue, starting to fill the gap. I have been lessened in the way of diamond hands. It cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've learned. I've been humbled. I don't want any more lessons. Barbecue about to fill that gap. Indeed. Barbecue fill in the gap. Almost break even on it today. Yeah, almost back to even. Buy moving back down to VWAP. I think I'm not gonna buy daily options until I'm gonna wait. Try and wait. I just very difficult to get the morning move unless I'm just looking for a scalp. And it seems like it's more often than not that the morning move doesn't just continue on. Yesterday was one of those cases where it did, where you bought it at open and you could have a nice long run. But even yesterday, I did all right because I waited. So even on a day like this, you could just miss the whole beginning until you see some, or you could grab it further on after bear flags break out or whatever. But yeah, the first hour or two, it's just too difficult sometimes. I think it'll still work out, unless if we start to break to the upside, my puts still work out because I think we'll probably make it back down to the lows at least. But it's just not good habits, not good practice. Limiting myself to like one trade a day is also difficult because then I don't want to cut losses, which is something I want to be doing. But if I can't get back into a trade, then I don't want to cut out of it. Lords, why are you sad, man? Barbecue has come up 30% today. 34%. Barbecue's risen. I should be fired up right now. Didn't buy the dip? Oh my gosh. That's stupid though. You just buy every dip? You ever sell?
They can do just fine even with oil prices at $70. A name like an EOG Resources or a Pioneer, both relatively low debt levels, below the average for the space as a whole.
All right, we'll leave it there. Stuart Glickman of CFRA Research and Rohan Reddy of Global X ETFs. Thank you both so much for those picks and for your insights on the oil sector. It's going to do
Why
it
is
for
my
Trading
memory so
360.
high?
I'm Caroline Woods. I'll see you back at 2 p.m. Eastern for the watch list, but stay tuned because Fast Market is up next.
Mi amo Mr. Money.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's
About to make a new high there. Right it up 4.5 now. GME's up 1%. Party's up 50. Barbecue's down 3.5. TTLO was up 31%. Buy new high of the day there. Second big volume day on TTLO.
About 0.1%. NASDAQ up 0.3%, and leading to the upside, reversing some losses this week, is the Russell 2000. The small caps up nearly 1.5% on the day. Now, to help me break down the market action, let's bring in my co-host here, Kevin Hinks. Kevin, what was your takeaway? You know, initially stocks were down pre-market, jobs number came out, reversed higher, then they reversed back lower. Yields were bouncing back and forth. I don't think anybody taken away any conviction from this number today.
Two things. Number one, can someone please introduce the ADP to the Bureau of Labor Statistics? Can't we get these people in a room, introduce them to each other, help them get on the same page?
Remember, ADP a year ago changed their formula,
Yes.
and it's obviously not working out too well.
Yeah. Change it again. Yeah. Anyway, that being said, that correlation's never been great, right? But there's a couple things in this report that are a little head-scratching, like 232,000 labor or leisure and hospitality jobs in the ADP.
Yeah, I picked up some rad calls.
In the BLS.
Yeah.
Something's off there. Right? That number doesn't sound right.
ADP's a lag. Remember that, just like a few weeks lag to BLS.
But do you honestly feel in
You're high there on SPY.
that we find ourselves that leisure and hospitality only had 21,000 jobs?
Right.
I find that number hard to.
I got August 2 calls on rad.
That said, probably the most surprising thing, yields are lower. The 10-year yield is unchanged to slightly lower, with wages higher. And by the way, Tom, if you look at the 1-minute chart, when that number came out, they broke to the downside yields and then rallied up and now have come all the way back down. So it's a little bit of a head scratcher, hard to get your hands around. I don't think it changes anything about the Fed July meeting. Matter of fact, I think it solidifies it. That inflation data should worry 10-year yields, and it doesn't seem like it is.
Yeah, unemployment rate down to 3.6%. Still a 92% probability of a July rate hike later this month, according to CME FedWatch tool. So we'll continue to watch that. 10-year yield still above 4%, that key level that we've been watching. But one of the stocks reversing, doing a little bit better today is Meta Platforms. Let's bring in Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on the network, to help us break down more news on Meta Platforms. Jenny, how many people are on this Threads Twitter competitor thing now? I keep on getting conflicting numbers.
70 million. We heard that from Mark Zuckerberg, so I think that's a pretty trusted source. So that's not too shabby for obviously the first now day and a half of this feature being available. 70 million users. Consider the fact that Meta does have around 2 billion monthly active users. Compare that to Twitter, which has around 400 million. I mean, I think 70 million checks out, right? This is the second largest social media company in terms of its global reach. So 70 million, while it's phenomenal, I think given the scale of this company, it's not frankly all that surprising. But of course, we have seen this ongoing backlash now with Elon Musk versus this new Twitter competitor being Threads, naturally, as we did see the latest chapter in what is Elon Musk versus Mark Zuckerberg. Given the roller coaster ride that a lot of these Twitter users have been on, I've read a lot of analyst notes that say they think that discontent is going to be what drives then the adoption of Threads. Now, Elon Musk did land his first jab in this fight, saying that Thursday, cheating was not okay. Earlier Thursday, Musk's lawyer did send a letter to Mark Zuckerberg to say that Twitter had serious concerns that Meta had engaged in a systematic, willful, and unlawful misappropriation of Twitter's trade secrets and other intellectual property. Meta, they said, had hired dozens of former Twitter employees who may have had access to confidential information, according to this suit. Now, the letter from Musk's lawyer also said that Twitter intends to strictly enforce its intellectual property rights and demanded that Meta take immediate steps to stop using Twitter's trade secrets or other highly confidential information. But I do also think the bigger picture here is still the fact that Meta is a massive, massive company outside of Threads. Their core advertising products are ramping up. We actually saw this highlighted yesterday from KeyBank as they did raise now their conviction on 2023 and 2024 as far as earnings estimates, just based on their ad product ramp alone, outside of even the Threads strength. So I think, to me, that is the more important narrative. Right now, we're seeing a lot of back and forth, backlash from Elon Musk, naturally, a lot of headlines. I think focus on the fact that Meta has been a consistently strong performer all year long, with or without Threads. I mean, this name...
BBBYQ consolidating a little bit, coming down some. Didn't quite fill the gap, got real close. I don't know if you'd call that a fill or not. I don't think so.
We've seen this week, it's still pacing to close out this week up about 1.75%, so outpacing the overall market.
Yeah, Jenny, I think this was not a reach for Meta to do something like this, right? You already have the user, the subscriber base. Your normal business operations are to find other people's products and copy them, like they did with Reels off Snapchat. A lot of what they do are copies of other people's businesses that they take in. But the claim that these ex-employees of Twitter...
BBBYQ might be testing VWAP down here, we'll see.
...aren't working on Threads? Oh, come on, Jenny. I mean, does anyone really
Tasty jerk.
They move from Twitter to Threads?
You picked a good morning to sleep in.
And don't work on the social media perspective? I'm like, oh, stop.
I know, I mean, it's nothing new, right?
Yeah, Rivian's popping up too, it's true.
They're all copying each other.
Oh yeah, Rivian's 14.5% now.
Which failed, frankly. frankly. And we saw, obviously Instagram's Reels, which is copying all things TikTok.
Wow.
I mean, at this point, they're all taking a page from one another. I will be very curious to see how this plays out in like a court of law, because at this point, everyone's trying to steal
23
the best
billion. I
features
just
of one another.
want to
I wish
short
they
this
would
thing.
all stay their respective identities, frankly, and I think perhaps the analyst community could be overestimating the discontent that some people feel with Twitter. I mean, I've been on Twitter throughout the whole Elon Musk takeover. I will say I'm not thrilled about the 600 tweets a day that I'm limited to see now, but I mean, all in all, if you're unhappy with an app, you have free will. Just stop using it. I mean, that's the beauty of course, social media. You're free to pick and choose which ones you want to use. So I think we could perhaps be overestimating some of this widespread adoption. I think the numbers look great off the gate, but I do think that you need a consistent user base to then make that platform, make Threads attractive to even compete with a name like Twitter. So I have my own feelings about it. I think everyone should actually just limit all social media altogether. But nonetheless, another really important thing actually, though, in a post on Threads, we did see Instagram's head say that they're working on a feature where you will not have to
Nice inking, well done.
Then Instagram if you want to deactivate
Afternoon,
Threads. Right now, that's a
Jay from the Bay.
ongoing concern that if you discontinue your Threads use, it closes
Yeah, Tasty.
Instagram account. They did say they're
The
working
barbecue
on that, so that's
canceled the
important.
baby auction yesterday,
It is. I
And-
hope they get in the
It's born
cage.
billionaires.
I hope they get in the cage.
the filing was worded in such a
By the
way that it's
Jenny, if you're reading more
like
than
self-conflicting.
600 tweets in a day,
It says they didn't
you need to get some
they didn't
hobbies.
find any.
Or
You can read it for yourself. It's like they didn't find any higher bids or have any higher bids than Dream on Me.
It's the fact that
So they
I want to
canceled
see
it.
as many tweets as I want
But-
to see.
Jenny is just.
Freedom.
Maybe they weren't. Maybe it's not worded in such a way as that. Anyways,
I'm selling t-shirts, copyright.
that's I think the reason for the dip this morning. This gap down and rip.
All right, Jenny, appreciate it. It's Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here, breaking down the Meta story. But now let's bring in Joe Mazzola, Director of Trading and Education at Charles Schwab. Joe, I wanted to get your take here on the non-farm payrolls data.
On what? On 600 tweets a day, or I can't follow that.
Joe, on average, how many do you read, Joe?
30.
There we
maybe.
go. And you don't have to click on them. I get that part.
Carvana
of it.
14.5,
It's,
Rivian
Jenny
14.5,
real, edge there.
Tops up
But when you
13.
look at the non-farm
Troop is up
payrolls, as
13.
Kevin mentioned,
Woo.
kind of diverged away from ADP.
Dude, these
We don't know
some of
who's
these stocks
right,
are ripping today.
what's right. There's a
Nichols
lag
up
a little
10.
bit in ADP data points,
AC's up 9.
This is promising on the employment front because the
Wish
Fed
is up
is trying
8.
to
Wow, I've got a lot of runners. Beyond's up 8.5. Fubo's up 8.5.
numbers that we've seen across the board
Buy
as far as
squeezing,
jobs
man.
go, right?
Filling this gap.
So I'm going to dig a little deeper. I'm going to look at the revisions because I think those are important, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, this is when you look at the net gains that the revisions brought forward from April and May. We have a sub 100 print in June.
Yeah.
I think that's important. I think that's something that you absolutely have to, or that we have to talk about because
Well,
you say, well,
safe to
it's
say
low 90,
SPY broke
below
out.
the expectations. It's a sub 100 print.
I think it's
when you
continuing
factor in the revisions.
this handle on the
Does
bigger
it
cup.
indicate that maybe this cycle's finally turning, right? You know, we're starting to see some of that job weakness. I think we are. And I think a lot of the data that we've been pointing out, some of the softer data over the last couple months, whether that would be the job jumpers data, people job hoppers data, right? Some of the JOLTS data has been coming in a little bit softer, at least their rate of change, right? And that has shown a pretty significant drawdown.
HBI is up 23%. Rack space is up 18.
And I
Big
think
movers
that's
today.
What happened when you looked at maybe some of the September probability data kind of come in a little bit for a 25 basis point hike is that, okay, maybe the market's starting to realize that maybe the labor market's not as
BBBYQ is up
strong as we
12.5.
initially thought. Now, that being said, it's still expanding, right? We're not looking at contraction on the labor side, but that was a pretty significant revision to those 2 months. And I like the debate you guys had a little bit earlier about the ADP versus the BLS. I'd take it a step further. I'd even throw in the household survey in there too to look at a lot of the variance that we're seeing in the data. And I think it just goes to show that as much as we would love to be able to debate data that's coming out in one direction or one move that we can say, hey, that really points to one factor that we can kind of look at. I think just like the market is looking at mixed data, and that's kind of been the theme over the last couple months, we continue to see that on the labor front as well.
Yeah, definitely on that side of it, Kevin. But one of the key points was the wages.
Right.
It's really solid.
Yeah, to continue the conversation, Joe's right. They brought the jobs numbers down significantly, but the wage data, they revised higher from last month, up to 0.4 and 4.4. So
how do you get inflation down in that type of environment? Wage growth, that makes people comfortable. You got the stock market just off 52-week highs. You know, home prices are still solid.
Unemployment went down. That's the problem that the Fed's fighting right now, because this data, as Joe mentioned, is starting to come down. Jolts are starting to creep down. Maybe this is that soft landing scenario, Kevin, that the market's predicting at this point, right? Oh, you know, if you look at the entirety of the data that we're seeing and where the market is, you know, that relationship that we always talk about between the economy and the stock market, they don't always go in the same direction. But Jerome Powell's got inflation coming down. Now it's getting a little stingy, but it is coming down, and he's got a stock market, you know, doing extremely well. So, you know, the more, even though, you know, making the sausage is a little bumpy sometimes, you're still looking at an economy that's strong and inflation coming down.
What was that?
Soft landing.
No bumpy sausages, please.
That point, the soft landing scenario that I think the Fed wants, we all want it, right? At this point.
Yeah, I know. GTII, BBBYQ, Ethereum, crazy runners today.
Anything really breaking, you know, like
Leapers.
a lot of people expected that, hey, sometimes you need to break
Risk
to get
on.
that inflation down to the 2% goal. But that's the point that Kevin brings up. The sticky part of inflation isn't going down anytime soon, especially when you have wage growth and 3.6% unemployment rate, right?
Well, we talk about the idea of that 8 to 4% was, I don't want to say an easy part of the move, but that was probably the easier part of the move. It's 4 down to 2 that's going to be difficult. A couple other factors add in too, guys. A couple other things that I thought was pretty interesting from the labor report. We're still starting to see a cut in a lot of the temporary jobs. And I think that's an important factor because that is something that tends to be pre-recessionary, right? You know, we're looking at some of the temp jobs, and as companies start to cut back on that, they see a need for less labor. We're also starting to see a cutting of hours worked. So while it's slow, you know, these are just trends that I'm kind of keeping an eye on. And then Kevin, you know, one of the questions that you guys were asking was, well, how can you see wages tick up, you know, within this environment? I think one of the reasons why, and it kind of goes back to one of the differences you called out between the ADP and the BLS number, was the leisure and the hospitality, right? If you see the leisure and the hospitality gains less than expected, those tend to be lower paying jobs. So if those lower paying jobs are going, you know, if
I mean, it's kind of typical. We've seen parties make 100% moves in a day. This has been OTC. It's more from illiquidity, though. It's not. It's like other OTC stocks.
Starting to come down a little bit. Maybe
It's just-
Challenger job cuts was a little bit better than expected, so there's not as many job cuts there. But
I don't know.
Maybe wages going up because you're trying to keep and retain the employees that you have at this point. So
I sold the dip, Dink. I did you one better.
Going into next week, what are you focused on? Earnings season unofficially ramps up towards the end of the week, but we've got some data points also.
Yeah, we got a lot of dip buyers.
Obviously,
Look in our Discord.
second week of every quarter starts.
All the retards came out to buy the dip.
Pepsi, and then we'll get the banks on Friday. Yeah, the data is going to be important. I think you
remember when?
Fed meeting coming up on the horizon.
Pay safe
here,
in
so
the SPAC.
any inflation data that you can get or muster will either change slightly or enhance what the Fed's going to do at that Fed meeting. I think they're dug in right now, but you just never know. Here's the thing. Remember, in the next CPI, I've talked about this a couple times, Tom. In the next CPI number that we're going to get, the year-over-year number is destined to come down because the June number.
Oh, that's so kind of you, I think.
Is going to come off the yearly measurement. So by definition, you're going to get a lower year-over-year number of maybe 1% as much. So the markets will probably like that. I mean, remember, I think the market rallied today and yields dropped today because everyone was focused on the headline number.
Right.
3.6 and 200 and what is it? Nine. Right? They liked that number and the market rallied. And then they looked at the inflation data and it turned around and yields went back up. So if
I
they
still
get
ripping.
an inflation number or a CPI number that shows that year-over-year headline down to a 3 handle, they're going to like that. The markets are going to like that.
Yeah, those June numbers, which was the apex of inflation last year, coming off next week. CPI and
barbecue coming down a little bit. 28.70 down 6.7.
Hey guys, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at one of the laggards, big brand name, and that's Disney, the entertainment giant. Has struggled over the last 2 years and continues to underperform the overall market. Fast Market's coming right back.
MULN's flushing. Ah, yeah, broke that 20 cents. Here we go. Getting our gap fill. If barbecue's going to be huge, why down today? I think it's down today because of the news of the canceling of the Bye Bye Baby auction. I believe that was the reason for the gap down. But it's not down much anymore. It's only down 4.5%. And the day's still quite young. Could end up anywhere. GME's up 1.25. Buy still climbing.
The rumors are starting now. Bob Iyer's contract is up in 2024. The rumors are he's going to extend that contract because I think he's on the job.
Hey Daniel, happy Friday to you too, man.
Good news for Disney stockholders because I think he'll get.
All right, Robert. Hope it works out for you, man.
Because you know this streaming thing is bad news. It hasn't gone as well as they thought. So they've got a couple things. Haunted Mansion coming out as a movie on July 28th. Epcot Food and Wine Festival is July 27th. That's all.
Catalina Wine Mixer.
popular there. And
August 12th.
They're starting promotions on what they call bounce back, where if you go to Disney, you can rebook for like 35% lower if you rebook while you're there. So they're starting to go all in on a recovery here.
Yeah. Expanding on that, Joe, a little bit, as far as Kevin said, promotions like
Kodak's up almost 15%. I mean, come on, guys. Kodak?
Do that. All they do is raise prices.
That's
and
crazy.
people continue to go. Is that maybe a reflection of some of these brand names and some of these stalwarts that we always talk about, that maybe the consumer's going to start weakening even further, and maybe we've hit an apex as far as going to parks and going to movies at this point?
Well, I mean, I can speak to the fact that we were there. You know, the Mazzolas were there in Disneyland not that long ago, and man, oh man, that hurt. That was
it's expensive.
And California is a little more compact and a little pricier than even Florida, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and then you got to get the ability to move to the front of the line.
Oh,
so
of course.
Ride on free rides for 8 hours. Yeah, no, it adds up pretty quick. Now look. It's really a tale of I don't want to say two businesses, because there's multiple businesses, as you guys have mentioned. What we've seen, we've seen that revival in the parks, the experience, and the products business. That's been encouraging. I mean, that is 35% of their revenues, and that's up 17% year over year. It's just shy of $8 billion. So that's done well. They are a distant second in streaming. I mean, it's great, basically right now Netflix and everybody else. They've got ESPN Plus. They had a little bit of growth there, but that's not really, what is going to kind of move the needle in terms of programming on the ESPN side. Disney Plus hasn't really done much. They're already started to cut some of those programming, and they're writing down the impairment cost on that. They're coming out with this new ESPN stream, which is different than ESPN Plus. But the biggest thing is it's the margins, right? It's the margins at the cable and at the streaming level, which just continue to get hammered. Every time they have to re-up for another live sports network or another live sport event, they're paying through the roof for that. And I think at some point, that's what they do. That's their bread and butter at ESPN. You've heard a lot of analysts, say, well, you got to find ways to spin this thing up. Well, I don't know who's going to buy it. I mean, it's not a cheap product by any means. They're making cost-cutting efforts, as you guys have mentioned, and with some of those high-profile layoffs at ESPN and what we've seen, with Disney overall. And I think they're moving in the right direction. They're starting to kind of shore up the balance sheet. But I think for Disney, you have earnings coming out, I believe, the second week of August, and they're probably going to be in a bit of a wait and see. I mean, they, as you mentioned, Tom, up 2% on the year when the S&P's up around 14 and 15%. That's really some underperformance relative to the overall markets, and it's just kind of goes to show the direction of Netflix versus Disney in terms of what they've been able to do.
And Georgia on the 5-minute here.
It hasn't been strong enough to lift the stock. We're basically
might be a shoulder and a head.
Only a few dollars off the low that we saw back in December. And like I said, until there's that next catalyst, to kind of give that leg up, it seems like there's the potential for the stock to meander a bit.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're seeing a lot of the pressure in the stock, because we haven't heard that guidance bump up or more cuts in jobs that might provide that catalyst. You mentioned they do have earnings on the 9th of August, but you got an example trade here, Joe. Walk us through this one.
Yeah, it's one of those meandering type trades, right? It looks
Down's up 8.5.
Stock to stay within a certain range. It's an iron
breaking out there too. I like that.
Very high right now, so you're not getting paid a ton for this. But we're looking at the August 4th. It would be the 85.80 puts versus the 95.90 calls. You'd be selling the put spread, selling the call spread, somewhere between 95 cents and $1.
He's in toes left. That's it.
Now. And it's basically a range-bound trade. It's like I said, the lows that we saw back in December of 22 would put us right around $84. That's basically the break even on the downside of this trade. That would push that down that 85 minus $1.
All right, Daniel. Well, maybe yesterday you had great barbecue news that they canceled the baby auction.
Which would be kind of the break even on the top side. We have to kind of start.
The fact that ABC was predicting that for a long time gave me some. That was the first thing that gave me some. I guess confidence in it.
There's a decent amount of headwinds for this name, not just on the financial side, but on the technical side as well.
But then the wording in it is what kind of
outlook when it stocks meander.
gave me a lot of question. But yeah, I think it's
basically lows around
awesome he was predicting that, and that happened.
And then all those resistance points on simple moving averages to the upside. But let's break this one down real quick here. August 4th weekly, so 28 days till expiration. Selling a $5 wide call vertical, the 95-100, and then selling the 85-80 put vertical. Collecting about $1 credit on that. That takes your break evens, as Joe mentioned, to 84 on the downside, 96 on the upside. But the probabilities, Kevin, on this one are what get me. You're only collecting $1 with $400 in risk per spread, but you've got big probabilities of those verticals that you sold finishing out of the money, which is what you want.
A couple things. Number one, Joe's right. You're in the middle of July. It's not an earnings period, so you're going to have to be content with lower premiums. Now, here's one little, maybe you can help those. You know, this is an out-of-the-money put vertical and an out-of-the-money call vertical. Now,
yeah, ABC, I'm not sure all of his experience, but he does seem to have some experience in business.
That day, sell the put
and even with bankruptcy,
and then put in the call vertical above the market.
As far as the market, he's
rallies into your call vertical, right? There's ways to leg it with still being risk defined. Sell one side, then the other. A lot of customers complain in the iron condors that they can't get all four sides on. Well, there's a way to do it. Sell the one put vertical, then sell the call vertical, and maybe try to see what it's trading mid-market, try to beat that.
Yeah, based on what your assumption might be on that. If the market's open, liquidity is provided. You do have some assignment risk on those short options, but a good look at a lower.
Yeah, when I'm listening to it,
on this one, but then
like maybe not half the time, but when people are mentioning stuff, oftentimes I have arguments against it. So.
All right, thanks to Joe Mazzola, Director of Trading and Education at Charles Schwab, for joining us.
And some stuff I don't, because I just don't even know. Then I try and learn, but
for discussion on Costco, which reported weak comparable June sales last night. Stick around.
There's good good info over there for sure. You have to sift through it. Buy still melting up. Melt up Friday. Oh, did I miss it? Still filling this gap. Big gap there for SPY to fill. Yeah, I've heard some of the same stuff from Daniel. I've heard the sentiment on the PP show, MC. NBC even heard the sentiment. That's true. Dude, no breaks on the SPY today. Ooh, squeezing. I think cup and handle would say a retrace back through the gap fill. I don't know if it's all going to come today, but you're not alone. Stop looking at me, Schwam.
Fall off about 7 points from the high, and it's about 5 points over the last quarter. So I'm definitely concerned with that. You can see here on the chart that line at the top, that sort of purple line, is the overall happiness, with the red and green being positive and negative. I'm sorry, negative and positive in that order. But the overall percent happiness is, it's trailing off. It was about 75%. Now it's getting into like the 68% range, which is, obviously not a good thing. And so for each company, we look at very different metrics. We look at the web usage. We look at app usage for some companies. We look at consumer demand. We look at consumer happiness. And I think for Costco, the consumer happiness is the most concerning right now, just because people, generally speaking, they've always been pretty happy with Costco, but for it to drop off that much is definitely a little bit of a concern. But to the contrary, like I said, the consumer demand is up significantly, so we are bullish in that regard, but bearish on the happiness. So it's a little bit of a mix. But this is a company that's just chicken butt. I mean, they've got it figured out, right? I mean, they're the largest fine wine retailer in the U.S. They've got the Kirkland brand, which is doing extremely well. They've got those $1.50 hot dogs, which they just said are not changing, which is amazing. I wonder, 20 years from now, they're still going to be $1.50. I hope so. But I think their model is just really incredible, that they've got these membership dues that account for about 2% of their revenue, but almost it's about 88% of their operating income. So this is they're basically like trying to somewhat break even on the products,
squeezing
on the net margins after employees and everything, and just take that membership as the primary income stream. And that's the difference maker for the
Souls is going to be,
if the membership was
bummed he quit so early,
he would be almost losing money, right? So it's a big part of the company. And I think that overall, you're right, the comps that they're looking at year over year are very tough to beat, but I do like that the enthusiasm on social is very strong for this company. A little bit down on the happiness side, but overall the number of mentions are rising significantly. So I see this as more of an opportunity, this little bit of a sell-off today in the last couple of days. If this continues over the next, 4 weeks until their earnings, something like that, I'd probably be bullish going into that earnings report. So I want to see how the market reacts over the next few weeks until earnings. But if it continues on a downward trajectory because of the June same-store sales, then I see it as a buying opportunity.
Landon, I'm going to give you my theme on Costco. You tell me why I'm wrong here. I think the street, the trading community, is getting this wrong on these numbers that they're seeing, because same-store sales, monthly down 1.4% in June, down 0.3% in May. Okay, I get that. But if you take gasoline, which everyone knew was coming down, a year ago it was $110. Everyone knew that was coming down. If you take gas and exchange rates, foreign exchange rates out of this, same-store sales were up 3%, and total store comp sales were up 4 percentage points. So both those numbers, their foot traffic was higher, but gas prices hurt them. And there's nothing Costco can do about gas prices. This company is still firing on all cylinders, like you mentioned, but the stock has sold off significantly. It's down $9 today, almost down 1.something% here midday, but it's having a weak day on numbers that, to me, if you take out the part that everyone knew was coming down, these numbers aren't so bad, Landon.
You know what? I agree completely. They have no control over gas, and they shouldn't. And we shouldn't really judge them on that. It's just a way to get people in the store. And what we're seeing, at least with our data, is that more people are interested in going in the store. Again, there's a little bit of slide in happiness, but overall, if they're doing a good job of keeping people in the store, keeping their margins up, their costs down, then I'm not too worried about gasoline costs. And I don't think that you should judge them based on that. And just like you said, when you take it out, if they're up on a year-over-year basis on same-store sales, then this is a completely wrong direction, I think. And again, just a buying opportunity.
I don't get this happiness stuff, Landon, your data that you have. I mean, who doesn't like going to Costco? Besides the crowds, that's always an issue, right? But that's the key thing for me is Kevin mentioned, and you mentioned, the decreasing comparable store sales down in May, down in June. Is that what the market's maybe concerned about, that this is a growing trend that maybe it's going to continue to pull back because inflationary pressures, even going to Costco, it takes hold a little bit. I like buying wine there too, but maybe I'm not buying the same amount that I used to before due to other inflationary pressures.
No, I'll agree with you there. There are some macro concerns. I mean, we've seen data in our social data that shows that people are maxing out their credit cards. Mm-hmm. They're taking out more loans, and they're having less in savings. And of course, eventually you get to a point, if that's your behavior as a consumer, you get to a point where you're spending less. Hopefully before you get all maxed out and everything, but the American consumer is what it is. So yes, we are seeing that that's the way the general economy is going. So I think you could make the argument that in general, you've got consumer macro trends as a headwind for Costco. However, as a company, I think that it's executing very well, and I think it's one of the best in the breed. So it's best in class. So, I mean, if you want to be short the economy, I get it. And maybe you have some concerns there, but I'm always comfortable being long one of the best companies in the industry. So unless you think the economy is really going to go down in a big way, huge recession coming, then I'm fine owning Costco here. And again, again, any kind of sell-off here, I think, is a buying opportunity, especially if it continues into their next earnings. Now, if on their next earnings they come out and say that July same-store sales are down more than 1.4%, in other words, the trend is accelerating, I think investors are going to really flee the stock then, even if they can make the argument that Kevin made about gas. So I think they've got to print a number that is less or is closer to zero than negative 1.4% for July. As long as it's kind of leveling out and coming back, I think everyone's going to be fine with owning this stock, considering, again, those consumer macro trends as a bit of a headwind.
Right. And, historically, every 5 years, they've raised subscription prices 5 to 8%. They haven't done it when we're going into year 6.
Did you just say your wine consumption's going down?
No.
Because let's clarify, there is no consumption going down.
The bottles that I buy might not be the upper
there
level.
you go. Let's clarify.
Yeah, maybe that's the inflation.
Carvana almost 17%. There it is, 17%.
Yes. I like quality too, but maybe I have to pull back on that. All right, Landon, great stuff, great data as always.
Guys, take care.
All right, that's Landon Swan, co-founder at Likefolio, breaking down the data for us. The pullback gives people opportunities that have been wanting to get in, Kevin, but to Landon's point and their data's point, you don't want this to become a trend, even though the comparables are really tough from last year.
Right, but like I said, same-store sales, higher. Total store comp sales up 4 percentage points. It's not like less foot traffic is higher. So all things are going well. They can't control gasoline prices, and so I just think that some of the data is a little misleading. But you look at that number, just like the number we got out today. You look at the headline number, and it causes a surge one way or another.
Well, yeah, especially last year. Yep. Every month it was like double-digit, 10 to 15% gains on a month-to-month basis. So that's probably the way that they're reacting. But you got an example trade here in Costco. Go ahead and walk us through it.
This is a trade. It's another variation on the butterfly spread, Tom. But it's a ratio, but in a different way. It's unbalanced, but in a different way. You sometimes like to do unbalanced in terms of strike prices. These are equidistant strike prices, but it's unbalanced on the volume.
The contract
I'll show you what
size,
I mean. Exactly. So here's what I did. I lined up the expected move out to July 21st, right? About $14, which takes you right down to about $515. And then what I did, Tom, I bought the 520 put one time. I sold 4 of the 515 puts, which is right at the expected move, and then I bought 3 of the 510 puts. So what I did, it's a ratio. It's short 3 of the 515, 510 verticals, and long 1 of the
Whoa,
520,
SPY just ripped right
515.
there.
And I do that, Tom, for about between 85 and 90 cent credit. So I'm trading it for a credit. So if the stock goes up, everything goes to 0 and you make your money. But if it goes down towards that expected move, Tom, you've got that middle, that butterfly component right there at $515.
Yeah, let's break this one down. Ratio unbalanced. Unbalanced on a ratio basis, number of contracts only, but it's still in the butterfly family. July 21st monthly cycle, so 14 days till expiration. Buying 1 of the 520 puts, selling 4 of the 515 puts, and buying 3 of the 510 puts on that. So $5 wide, but the ratio is different. Buy 1, sell 4, buy 3. 85-cent credit on that. As Kevin mentioned, anything above 520, you get to keep that $85 that you collect. But your break even goes down to 513, about 05, just about above 513 on the break even. But you see the kicker there on the risk profile near that short 515 strike. So if the stock does kind of continue to consolidate at
I think
lower
we'll probably
levels,
get some
that
resistance at
bonus kicker,
442,
there, on this
35
trade,
area.
above $500 per spread that you do on that one. Now, risk on this, your max loss, if it goes below that 510
Quite the squeeze,
strike, you
though.
get about $910, $915 in risk on that to the downside. So, but with the stock trading about 529, that's a pretty big cushion to the downside on this, and it might expand in price even more if it starts to creep down a little bit.
Right.
So
your ideal situation is for a grinding trade in between that 520 and 515. There's a chance, and I've seen it happen, you can put it on for credit, take it off for a credit. The risk, and we always have to talk about the risk, is one of those gap trades where it goes sharply towards the 510 strike. That's where it loses money.
definitely on that one, but anything above that break even, just above
Velocity of the last 30 minutes on SPY has been crazy, or 15 minutes.
Different type of strategy, ratio butterfly there. All right, Kev, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at another laggard with a big name, and that's Starbucks. The coffee giant is struggling this year and has fallen about 16% since its last earnings report in early May. Fast Market's coming right back. at Starbucks. Let's bring in Ben Lichtenstein, Senior Futures Contributor here on the network. Benny, we've got stocks moving towards session highs.
Lichtenstein.
Some earlier weakness, huh?
Yeah, a rip higher to say the least as we head into the end of the week. Tom, all four of the major indices in positive territory. You've got the SPX, which actually just posted new highs up to 44.35. I saw the NASDAQ nearing 15,200, and the
Halliburton,
Russell,
huh?
which is leading the way up on the day by 1 3/4% here as I look, Tom. It's up to 1873. Well, 1876. We're making
Old
highs
divvy.
as we speak. The Dow's the only one that's kind of struggling structurally a little bit. Limited. It's the only one that's yet to take out the highs from yesterday. But an interesting week. If you remember, we started off the week with China data sparking some demand concerns. Then we had the Fed minutes, the ADP number, which brought about that repricing of Fed expectations. The non-farm payrolls today kind of paring that back or dampening those expectations a bit. And the run-up we saw in rates spiking yesterday and raising some of those concerns about higher rates at some point weighing on the indices, but so far investors have been able to shrug off the negative in terms of rates on the rise, and while we're seeing that play out here today, even with them at these elevated levels, a strong rally here again in reaction to the jobs report, and as we head into the end of the week, exactly what the bulls wanted to see, Tom.
Yeah, but 3 of the 4 major
Long way down there to VWAP.
in the red for the week. The NASDAQ is basically flat. So trying to dig into some of those losses. All right, thanks to Ben Lichtenstein, host of the Future Show here, breaking down markets for us. But now let's bring in George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent here on the network. George, we're talking brand names that are lagging, and Starbucks, just like Disney we talked about earlier, below a bunch of simple moving averages at this point, and struggling, to say the least, George. But, you know, if you looked at their last quarter, the comparable sales were great. Improvement in China, that's a big market for them. What do you got here for us on Starbucks?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the metrics overall based on last quarter's results, and you can see the price also correspond to the report that was published back in May, early May, May 2nd, actually, for Starbucks. Overall, the numbers were really good. I think it comes down to expectations for the number of stores in China, as well as some of the weakness in that particular area of the world, because you have to consider China as a major mainstay growth opportunity for Starbucks. Right now, they have about 5,600 stores, but their goal eventually is to have about 9,000 stores. So they're expected to increase, at the very least, by the end of this decade, the number of stores in China by 60%. While at the same time, they're only expected to increase the number of stores in the United States by about 15%, or about 2,000 stores. So China is really a key ingredient for Starbucks. I think that's one of the reasons why there was some weakness post-earnings. But if you look at the comp sales, as well as total sales growth year over year, I mean, they published about $8.72 billion. That was higher by about 14.5% year over year. Were earnings higher than estimates at 74 cents? That was higher by about 25% year over year. So typically speaking, when you see earnings growth at least 5 to 10% higher than revenue growth, you do see a strong trend, but we did see some weakness. And I think it comes down to perhaps some of the growth metrics on a forward basis, and of course margins. If you look at the expected growth for Starbucks on a forward basis from a revenue standpoint, it's about 11.5%, which is less than last quarter. But EBITDA growth is around 7.5%, with gross margins about 1% below their 5-year average, as well as net income margins. So I think it's a margin story. I think it's an expectations of growth in China story as to why we saw some weakness post earnings. But at the same time, you know, they have been growing their business, especially with their rewards membership program, which was higher by about 15% year over year. They've got close to 31 million now who actually use those membership rewards programs.
You know, George, I think you touched on the key problem with a lot of U.S. companies right now, U.S. multinationals, which is China, right? I think here's the data that I got as of April 2nd. Stores in the U.S., 36,634. Stores in China, 6,243. But here, George, think of this. In 2017, less than 3,000 stores. So the last 5 or 6 years, they've doubled their stores in China. 36,000 in the U.S., 6,000 in China. That growth potential there, when and if China starts recovering, is going to be a major catalyst, George. And I think the growth there that they have is just starting.
It is just starting. I think there's a lot of opportunity for Starbucks, especially in China, where their goal right now, like I said, at the end of the decade is 9,000 stores, or about 60% higher than where they're at right now. That's really the story behind Starbucks, but it also comes down to, the economics of the business. If you look at same-store sales in North America, they were respectively good, I would suppose, at 7% higher. Global same-store sales were higher by 12%, so that's an improvement. I think it has to do with the European markets in that regard. But you're right, I think at the end of the day, it comes down to what's going on from a margin standpoint, valuation standpoint, and of course the expectations of China's growth story behind Starbucks. Valuation-wise, just quickly here, if you consider that the gross margins and net income margins about 1% lower than its 5-year average, you have to look at the valuation multiple. The PE on a forward basis is about 28 times earnings, and that's about 5-year average. Whereas again, when you have a 1% clip lower in margins, but your multiple is essentially at where it's at over a 5-year average, you tend to see some weakness in price. And I think that's what we're seeing here with Starbucks down quite a bit in the last couple months or so.
Yeah, definitely some weakness, as I mentioned, below those simple moving averages. All right, great stuff as always.
Right.
Thanks, George. George Tillis here bringing us the update here on Starbucks. Kevin, I went to the charts on this one for an example trade. I kind of wanted to kind of pinpoint that. Since last December, we've seen that $95 area become a real level of support. We're right at it right now, bounced off it earlier today with maybe some resistance around 105, around that 50 and 100-day moving averages are up towards 105. So with implied volatility relatively...
You're right, this is a key level. You can tell it on the chart if you look at it, you break it down. Pretty hard stops in some of the sell-offs here on Starbucks around this level.
Yeah, so I based my example trade around that. Going out to the September cycle, though, so giving myself some duration for this stock to recover if it's going to, right, for this example. Buying the 95 strike call, slightly in the money. Selling the 105 strike call, a $10 wide bullish call vertical here on this, where I'm going to pay roughly about a $3.85 debit for that one. So that takes your break even up to $98.85 to the upside. That's only a couple bucks above the current share price in there. It's probably trading closer to a $4 debit at this point because the stock has moved higher with the overall market. But the debit you pay is your risk on this, $385 per spread, Kev. It can expand to 10 bucks if over the next 70 days we go back up to 105.
Yeah, this is a less expensive way to play almost 40 deltas in Starbucks. So do 3 of these and you're over 100. It's more than the equivalent of 100 shares of stock, but you do need the stock to move higher. Into that between 95 and 105. Yeah, you've got a chance for 2.5 times your money.
And you're going to capture an earnings event in there also, Kevin, so you have some event risk on that particular trade.
They beat on earnings a quarter ago, but were very cautious in guidance why the stock gapped lower.
Yeah, and a lot of the analysts came out and said they typically will give a little bit weaker guidance on some of their calls based on some of the macro uncertainties and, as we talked about with George, China. I think that's a big key for them moving forward as they continue to reopen. All right, that's going to do it for Kevin and I today here on Fast Market. But stick around right here on the TD Ameritrade Network.
Next gen. BBBYQ 2873 down 6.6. Going up on 1 o'clock. We're at 26 likes on the day. It's pretty awful. Thank you guys for the likes that you have committed to and sacrificed so willingly. SPY's just been squeezing. It's kind of bull flagging now. Long way to VWAP, but it's looking pretty bullish still. So still a gap fill up to 443. We might continue to fill this gap. It is Friday. That is right. Jay from the Bay, well done, sir. Did it. No, Jay from the Bay. Everyone is watching. GME, look at you, you even got a little push from it. Plus 2.25. Owl's up 2.25 on his shares. And whoever else bought yesterday. Because it was just a red day. Looks like barbecue might make its way back to VWAP. Rand says gloating 54 minutes ago. What's he gloating about? Don't suck me in. I don't care, Maui. Oh, about Jamie. That was a joke. I like it. A little gap fill up there on GME, 23.90. SPY reaching for the sky once more. Have a good weekend, Dink. Appreciate your support, man.
Alex Coffee. And Alex, it does appear that we are ending this week with some green arrows, with the Russell now up almost 2% on the session. The market did not know what
She have a leather skirt on? And a blazer? Blazer? SPY, new high there on the day.
How we close into today's session, but market's still pacing to close out this week slightly lower on a week-to-date basis.
Yeah, I think you framed that well.
Filling some more gap.
Does know what to do with it, and quite frankly, it might be the proper response because I'm not sure it changed anything. I mean, it's a new piece of information, but it was already sort of baked in the cake. We're going to get 25 basis points in July, at least from a market expectation standpoint. Still the case. So I don't really know what has changed. We'll see. Obviously, some optimism recovering from some weakness yesterday.
And I have to say that I was looking at the report, some of the figures that were added, and government and healthcare were like the most exciting job sectors of the entire report. So it wasn't all that exciting, I will say, comparatively. But
that's why SPY go up for sure. She's like a gladiator.
Ton to get through today. We'll be kicking things off here with our upvote and downvote segment. Following that, we will chart and trade those upvotes. Then we'll look at DraftKings for our FOMO discussion, which is getting a nice lift. Shares are up almost 6% now on the session. And then we'll look at Costco, seeing a different story today as some of their sales figures were not able to please the street's forecasts. Last but not least, we will look at our under 30 name today, which is Levi. Was getting absolutely hammered earlier in today's session. It's since recouped some of those losses, but still down about 6.5% on some lackluster second quarter results.
Yeah, tons to unpack here. We get
442.46 on the SPY. Barbecue 28.25, down 8.16.
see how the consumer is faring here, especially around the halfway point for the year.
Below that support,
We got
actually.
a lot to get through before that. We got up vote, down vote, not endorsements, not recommendations. So sort of like a twin
that to
theme
hold.
here. We have like two mini themes, and I guess at the end we'll decide which one of those we want to explore. But we got EVs, and then we got kind of content makers, legacy streamers, whatever you want to call them. But let's start with the EVs. Let's kick it off with Tesla.
So Tesla quietly making a 6% jump this week, and I was looking
Yeah,
at
I think
this
the cup and
stock,
handle.
and it's up about 1% today, but
We might rally back up to the sides, but the cup and
almost
handle
shortened trading week,
probably
of course.
invalidated.
We get some reports from Bloomberg. They're laying off some battery production
I don't know.
workers at their
It's not invalidated
factory
yet, but it's just gotten so choppy
It
through
is
here.
unclear still, though, how
And
many
this
workers
big
may be
wick
let
down
go
here
or
is
the specific reasons behind the layoffs. Although
a little
some
unsettling.
staff have been given the option to transfer then to another
Bye,
workshop.
going up,
So
up,
that was
up.
the headline we got. We got even more positive analyst news, though, today out of Mizuho, raising its price target on Tesla shares to $300 from $230 with a buy rating. This analyst does expect the June quarter auto demand to improve in China and remain strong in the U.S. despite some of these overall macro headwinds. They now see Tesla driving profitability at scale and believes the company will remain the global electric vehicle leader for the next decade. And global electric vehicle leader, I think you could say, at least on a year-to-date basis, because no one is even close to the performance we've seen in Tesla shares. They're up 125.5% on a year-to-date basis. Like I said, 6% this week, up 173% off their 52-week low. It has been a name to watch all year long.
And for good reason. You talked about the performance, but just from an activity standpoint, I mean, nothing rivals the active nature of this stock. This thing gets so much attention on a daily basis. Already today, 73 million shares have traded. For context on just how much that really is, a name that I think is sort of unanimously accepted as a pretty active name is Apple. Well, the stock is cheaper, and it's only got 23 million shares trading today. So about a third the volume and a smaller stock share price. So really just puts in perspective just how much attention Tesla garners on a daily basis. That's not even to scratch the surface of how many options contracts change hands as well. So super, super active. No surprise why this one's covered on a daily basis across our network, but really on this show it seems as well. But today, there is a name that rivals and actually outmatches its performance, at least from a stock share standpoint. That's Rivian.
Rivian, which is up almost 50% just this week. Rivian is having a banner week. I mean, this name is now up over 35% on a year-to-date basis. This week has completely changed now what it looks like on the stock performance we've seen this year. Of course, I think it's important to not discount some of the major headwinds Rivian's faced, but what a stellar move they are seeing now this week. We are seeing Wedbush raising its price target to $30 a share from $25 with an outperform rating. And this is, of course, Wedbush's Dan Ives, who did maintain this coverage and also highlighted the fact that with shares trading more than 45% higher over the last 5 sessions, it's also 60% higher over the last 30 days. He said that the stock's recent upward momentum may be attributable to this company's strong reported deliveries in the second quarter, as well as, of course, recent news we've gotten with its charging partnership with Tesla. Also, according to data from Benzinga, Rivian is trading at a volume that breached 72 million, which surpassed its 100-day average, which is approximately around 30 million shares. Rivian also does have some pretty significant short interest, which has only continued to build here, with now about 16% of its overall shares currently being sold short. Always important to keep in mind when there's a potential short squeeze happening with some of these names that have seen like 50% moves week to date, Alex.
No doubt, and I think you're probably seeing a little bit of that.
Yeah.
It could be on good reason.
Could be a bit of a squeeze. They're not wrong.
Data supporting that. Short squeeze doesn't necessarily always mean unsustainable. It just means that stock's moving and people are trying to, cover those positions. That can add sort of fuel to the fire, if you will. But 153 million shares changing hands today. That is extremely, extremely active, and you can see kind of why, just how sharp that turn to the upside has been. And I will say, I saw a Rivian the other day that wasn't just the pickup, but it had like a cover on the pickup bed, and it looked kind of like an SUV. Pretty sleek looking, not gonna lie.
What?
Maybe that's the standard look.
Was it not the SUV?
The pickups are pretty small.
Because that's what the SUV looks like.
Some sort of a F350.
Look at the SPY just squeezing. I did take a long here on that bull flag. Stupid. I missed this whole move, but whatever. Still bullish looking.
Chicagoland, they're not comparable to that kind of work-like truck, but pretty impressive looking vehicle.
My emotions are a little messed up from barbecue today.
Whether or not we'll advance with EVs or streamers till after we cover the streamers, and we'll start here.
Not to overtrade.
So Warner Brothers looks a little bit better than Paramount on a chart perspective. Shares are still up about 30% this year. They're also up about just shy of 1% now on the session. Completely different price activity than we saw actually earlier in the
You're hitting balls in the game.
Paramount was lower, but Wolf Research
Thanks for the moral support, Maui.
these names. So we'll focus here on Warner Brothers, like you said, Alex, downgrading those shares to peer perform from outperform with no price target. This analyst said that there's a risk of a significant TV advertising downturn and thinks this is imminent, and Warner Brothers is highly geared to it. They said the stock's near-term performance relies upon the company achieving near-term guidance that looks now challenging given the overall linear advertising industry that's facing some significant pressure. They do find Warner Brothers attractive, though, on a relative basis, but wants no outperform ratings in the subsector at this time, given the overall TV advertising risks. So that's a pretty strong conviction to take now to obviously more bearish here. Now this name, 28 analysts do cover it, 18 buys, 9 holds, 1 underperform rating, no sells. So still skewing more positive from an analyst take on this name. Their average price target of around $20 a share also implies, some significant upside from where we're currently trading just below $13. So Street still likes this name, and if you can recall, this was the best performer in the S&P 500 in January. So this was at one point outperforming Meta, Tesla, Nvidia. It's just sort of wild to me. I know they're still up 30% this year, but the way that the overall market has shifted.
I'm out of those longs.
Not the case, though, is the stock's down like 20% off those levels that set that early pace in the race for outperformance. But I think it's pretty clear. This analyst sort of hedging language at the end. I think it sounds a little bit less bearish, particularly on WBD when you hear kind of the description, but they don't like the space, and so you can't really
BWM halted,
space if you don't like the whole space to begin with. But it does seem like amongst the names here,
recent IPO.
They think that this is one of the better ones in a struggling area of digital advertising. Moving on, though, to another name the same analyst weighed in on, which
$4
is
to 16.
Based on how you described the language around Warner Brothers, I'm just going to go on a limb here and say they like this one a little less.
They do like this one a little bit less, and I think in terms of the chart, like this chart a little
bit.
It
just
less.
allowed Austin Powers to be a lawyer.
In the year, about 2.5%. Down about 40% from its 52-week high. They also downgraded shares to underperform from peer perform with a $14.
I think you saw the SUV. It's like this truck thing with a topper on the back. It looked like an SUV.
They also said their linear advertising exposure is an
I don't know what he's talking about. He's just talking about a topper on a Rivian pickup.
Advertising revenue and Wolf's diversified entertainment coverage at around 28%. They think Paramount is the worst positioned for a secular downturn in the linear ad market. They do see downside even further to some of these estimates and thinks that shares could actually underperform.
Doing well today, Jonathan. That's good to hear, man. 2.25 on the video.
That's interesting because we've already underperformed in the front half of this year, so they continue to see that weakness. But of the analysts covering this name, there are a few more, 29 analysts. 6 buys, 12 holds, 11 underperforms. No sells, but the average price target does still imply some modest upside, but definitely seeing a more neutral to bearish skew from the analyst perspective there. 11 underperforms is pretty significant.
No doubt, and it certainly has been one that has struggled. I think a lot of the same logic that the analyst laid out obviously applies here, but these names are in this point. It seems like this almost like this fork in the road in many ways, where they want to compete with a name like Netflix that is totally
I think so, Christopher.
Kind of area
like this truck with a hopper
and completely changed it. But they don't really want to give up their other legacy model either. And it's like you can't really, it seems, successfully have it both ways. The same way that we're seeing big studios struggle at the box office, be it maybe they're just not that good at films, possibly, or maybe letting you watch the movie straight at home on a quicker basis.
Might be building a Head and Shoulders here on the Spy.
So
build their head.
Both, but in the same way here, these companies
I don't know. We have closed at the high almost.
And they're struggling to compete in the new business.
Last couple Fridays, just rallied and closed near the high.
I've been hearing hearing that movie theaters are back. There's so many good films coming out this summer that I feel like more people are talking about going to the actual movie theaters than ever before. You have Oppenheimer, you have the Barbie movie, the new Mission Impossible movie. I mean, there's so much to look forward to. I'm actually excited about going to the movies, Alex. So maybe I'm alone in that thinking.
Yeah, AMC's cost to borrow is always crazy.
Pipeline to look forward to.
Not always, but
in these peak summer months, which
yeah, it's been crazy for a little bit.
As a seasonally strong time for movie theaters.
We'll check back in a few months and see how much you followed through on that excitement. But I'm pretty sure that new Indiana, I think it was Indiana Jones, like the biggest flop ever. And so when you look at that, you know, it's supposed to be a big movie, and I think it costed like hundreds and hundreds of millions, and it's not on track for that. So
I was seeing the amount they spent on that was ridiculous. But I had a friend that went to it last night that loved it. So I guess maybe I'm just in the bullish movie theater camp right now. But we'll be diving more into the streamers. We have lots to discuss in terms of the linear TV ad market, as well as, of course, streaming players. We'll be diving into Paramount as well as Warner Brothers Discovery coming up next.
Yeah, still no shares are popping up on iBorrow or BBBYQ. So I guess it's melting its way back to VWAP. Yeah, AMC's borrow fees almost 1,000%. You're right. There's a lot of demand. People think it's going to dump with this reverse merger or whatever with Ape. By the options, I mean, the options premiums never come down. IV is crazy on it. You could probably just play it both ways. That IV. Because once that comes out, it's either probably going to rip or dump on it. You do like a straddle on it or something. You did miss the barbecue dip. Well, at least the dip to here. We might be dipping back down. To 27.40, 27 cents or so. Yeah, 100% of the stock price per month. Awesome. Looked at Zell in a little while. We've traded this one before. Had a reverse split. Lots of reverse splits. Fakes. Prestige worldwide. Trading. Chop masters.
At this point, there's not really a clear lean. And there's some evidence for this too. We had this big pop up here, a big surge up to about 33%. It mostly all evaporated very quickly though, and retreated back to our lower trend line. Now we've recovered a bit. We're trading in between our 21 and 63-day exponential moving averages, our yellow and orange lines there respectively. But the moving averages themselves trending sideways, not really seeing much of a strong directional lean either way on either of these shorter term moving averages here. The RSI, our measure of momentum, is also kind of displaying this kind of triangular shape here, compressing down, reflecting the trendlessness in the price action here. Today's kind of an interesting candle though. It's completely engulfing the previous days. Normally a bullish engulfing candle pattern would be a red candle yesterday followed by the engulfing candle. The concept is still similar though. Buyers came in at a low point and aggressively bid the stock up until the real body of today's candle completely encompasses the previous days. So a lot to watch out for here. Zooming in to look at some support and resistance.
Low volume, so VWAP's not climbing. Yeah, that's true. It did get shut down right here. Look at that.
Yellow 21-day EMA coming in here right around 12.59. If that were to break, if we were to
worst flop in superhero history. Yeah, I saw it on TV. I'm like, what is this? I didn't even want to watch it.
And our old lows near 1160 right here. So between about 1160 to 1180 could be a support zone there.
Well, they did like any marketing for it.
3-day EMA coming in at 1286 right now. That's the point to beat. Then we've got our volume profile point of control as well near 1309. But really nothing's going to happen until we break these old highs here near 1415. So, that would be the ultimate area to be watching in the short term at least.
Yeah, and I completely agree with some of these short-term levels that you just highlighted, given that $14 level, because right now the average price target among analysts at around $20.50 a share, implies some significant
was bad.
over the next 12 months. So, and we know from watching this name this year, it moves down about 28% from its peak earlier this year, still up 44% from its
I started,
like you said, Rick, sort of stuck at this new range and still up
in kind of like a movie show low right now. We tried
pure play streamers like of course Netflix.
Was it Supercell?
When trading this name, considering the fact that we could
just like
a mixed picture given the
pretty desperate.
technicals we're seeing in
I like those kind of movies usually, but I can tell from the trailer and in the first like 10 minutes is just really B-rate. But we kept watching it, and then a couple actors and actresses I recognized. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, they were in this. And then who was it? Alec Baldwin came in. Like, what in the world? You have like those certain actors that are in more B-rate movies. He's not usually, so I think these actors don't always realize, or their agents don't realize how poorly written or directed something will be or edited, and that they're just going to be put in some what would have been in the yesteryears a straight to home video movie.
And when you're looking at this type of a trend,
not a good reflection on their career.
The fact that it's only 50
I turned it off.
Up or down here. We're talking about a $12 or so particular strategy or stock, and so when you consider that, it really just
the other movie, yeah. Just watch Seinfeld. That's what I just did.
You're looking at this name, a $1.20 move in this is 10%, give or take. And so Rick had talked about 14 being a resistance point. That's a 10% move to the upside. So $50.
Kodak 16.5 there.
Even pretty close to where we're looking at a lot of those.
Rivian 16%. Dude, risk on is ripping. I have an order for Rivian play I'm trying to open up.
A little bit more bearish sentiment on this space as a whole.
Yeah, now to shift gears here, but not too far. We're looking at
I
think this is a really compelling story, Rick, because this name
I actually like John Wick 4. That was pretty good.
Warner Brothers on a chart perspective.
You know what to expect, like you know what to expect to John Wick.
This name has just continued to get
I did watch it over the course of 2 nights, I think, though. Or maybe I think 2. Maybe 3.
In my household, with
I don't think
3
I'd like that all in one
this is the
sitting.
Paw Patrol streaming service. That's
But yeah, no, I thought the story was a little better than the other
my
ones.
subscription to this one. Let's just say it that
A little more
way.
intriguing.
But there is one similarity I can see between
And
these two charts,
the
and that's that
action, the
there's
fighting
a
was, there was
longer-term
some creative
downtrend
stuff in it.
starting at those
I liked
highs
it.
here. But things really changed quite a bit with our last earnings event. We can see that there was a 28% one-day drop here.
We're still
Just
extremely
a
heated.
brutal move downward here. Very exciting.
Oh, I knew high of the day there.
And it dragged down all our moving averages. Everything's trending downward.
I'm
from
just,
that
I'm
point
chilling
here.
out,
We
looking
did
for maybe a
bottom
short
out
entry
near
at some point.
1380 level, this green
Just for some
dashed
profit
line right
taking.
here. Now we've
End
got
of the
a
week.
short-term uptrend to be following. We also had a shorter-term downtrend that was breached here. So
It's so funny watching Keanu move.
starts and fits here that haven't really played out there.
He looks like he's like
Nevertheless,
doing
right
stuff
now
in
we're
slow
coming off the
motion.
highs from our previous
Yeah, and he's
move
like,
upward
it's
here.
like he's
We're
dancing in
slightly
slow
trading above
motion.
them in terms
Really
of
funny
closing
looking.
basis. Our best closes came in around 1660.
Yeah, he's
So
getting
we're
kind of
just
old, little
barely
stiff,
edging above those
a little
right
less
now.
flexible.
RSI slightly favoring the bulls here.
It's like kind of his
to the
same
upside
movements he had in the
around
old
that 50 level.
matrices.
And also there was a
Matrices?
little bit of bullish
Um,
divergence there.
But
RSI
now it's like
making
just
the
a little more
highs
like
before
robotic
price
and
on a
like
closing
he
basis.
just
So you
snaps
can
and it's
see
not quite as
that was
fluid.
something,
But he always kind of had this
potentially
like kind of
showing some
awkward
steam building
slow
up in this
movement,
knee.
I feel like.
Now, in terms of support and resistance, once again, let's zoom in a little bit here. We can see
But now it's
once again, the 1660.
yeah, but I do like the movie. That was pretty good.
If we do get beyond that point, 63
Moves like a
day
2x4.
EMA right around 1732. And beyond that, the 19 level stood out to me for a big reason here. And you can see if you look over here, that was near the lows that we reached before we had our earnings gap downward. And that's about the
I know that the realism of John Wick's insane. I've never thought they were realistic, so I definitely looked past that.
On the downside are two trend lines coming in.
Fighting the
around
blind guy,
16 to
I was like,
1675 or so.
some of the stuff I'd laugh at, but
Near 14
I expect that with a John Wick.
Yeah, and of course we are up about 20% from those yearly lows, but like
Or barbecue almost back to VWAP there.
Watch now for that next level, and 19 is actually
I
right
know,
around the
I know, all the
analyst
bulletproof
median in terms of
suits.
overall coverage. They do have a
Yeah,
profit
that,
share
that's
around
okay though.
1875 a share. So really,
I think that was a good element they actually added. Instead of the actor just taking repeated bullets to the body and all over and not going down.
We'll leave it there. Appreciate the technicals as always, Rick Ducat, our chart master.
But that was kind of
when trading this name,
a good ad, really.
taking on a more pessimistic stance, just given the overall weakness we've seen in this name this year. Walk us through then a more neutral to bearish example.
Are you serious, Cameron? What are you talking about? They have Ace Ventura and Dick Van Dyke.
Implied volatility is actually quite elevated relative to the overall market at a 40.
Now it makes me think RC is involved. Because now he's just trolling, which might not be a good thing.
Implied volatility, it'll give it a little bit of room to the upside in the event
Tom
the
Cruise
stock does, of course, rally. We're looking at selling a call vertical, 17.5, 20 call vertical in
The blind guy was funny. Was there? That's right.
If we
Deaf
collect that
girl.
much, that's 1/5 the width of the strikes. That is a $200 risk to make 50
barbecue
yards
back to
at a
VWAP.
15 break even on a stock that is trading at 6.
New Top Gun is just basically a remake of the old one.
Right now,
For
so
like
it
the
had a
next
little bit
generation of people that didn't watch the old one.
Let's call it almost 10%.
Which is really strange because the storyline
before getting to
and
the
everything
break even.
in
Again,
today's day
$200 in risk
would
to make
seemingly be
50
very
bucks with a
cheesy.
4-to-1 risk-reward ratio,
And
Jenny, on
but they
this
just did
one.
it. They did all of it. They set up all the same scenes. The guys on the beach with their shirts off, like playing football. Everyone at the bar, like having a good time playing the piano. Like they redid all the scenes. But the movie did really well. I was surprised how well it did. I think it must have just been people that liked the first one that are still kind of living in that era. Maybe, I don't know. It had a little bit more of a complex story, I guess, like the end of it and stuff. But still very, very simple, very predictable. Well, no, there was, let's see. Oh, they could have made it like 2 movies. That's what it was. The whole last like 30 minutes was rushed. It was like a whole other separate conclusion to the movie.
Straightforward. Pricing is met by both buyers and sellers, and so there's that equilibrium.
There's a bounce on the WAP.
That's how you get a risk profile that looks like that.
And I want to point out also
Yeah,
both
file the
of these names
claim.
do report their earnings in the first week of August. I'm just going to keep talking about earnings until it's finally officially earnings season again because
Well, Keanu's like 8 feet tall. It's difficult to be agile when you're that tall.
These names, but also important to keep in mind for both of our example trades today, they do contain multiple legs.
Jet scenes, yeah, they were fine. I saw the memes and the jokes of them before I saw the movie. I'm sure you guys saw it where it's just a jet just rotating back and forth.
up next, it's time for FOMO.
So it was hard not to think of that when I was watching the movie, but
making a 6% move higher today on some bullish analyst calls. We'll discuss more into the sports world and of course online betting.
They pushed the 7-11 hearing to 7/18. Remember, like 3 or 4 deadline pushes ago, people started saying if they push it one more time, it's gonna be I'm out. It's gonna be really bad. It's gonna be a really bad bearish sign. Here we are, like 3 later, and now it's starting to become a good thing that they're pushing it out. That's true, Poison. Yeah, no, I appreciated that too. It wasn't like trying to be this big PC movie again, like most other movies that come out today. Yeah. Yeah, it was just kind of a wholesome, and it was easy to watch. Yeah. No, I didn't mind it. I was surprised that that's what they went with for a new Top Gun. And I was even more surprised with how well it's received. But yeah, you're right. That was probably part of the reason for it. It was a kind of a breath of fresh air. And Bigfoot can't get caught. So those stores are open. Yeah, BBBYQ's been rallying today. Is it popping up more now? No, it's Blackberry. Oh yeah, it did. Wow, it really woke up at 1 o'clock. A lot of volume. What's going on today? 32% on BBBYQ? I'll check it out. Application to allow attorney W. Austin Jowers to appear pro hack vice. It's W. Austin Jowers, it's not Powers. Todd Van Dyke, not Dick Van Dyke. These are not very uncommon of names. JH still buying MULN shares. I don't know how that guy doesn't run out of money. It seems like he just is a bull permanently. And oh, it seems like half the plays don't work. More than half. I don't know. I'm gonna be buying MULN too, I think, but I'm gonna wait a little longer. I'm melting up a little more. Upstart made the cup and handle. See if it rejects the high here, if we get a breakout. Last thing that I was looking at from JH, Upstart's been on a tear. The AI that they put on their profile sketches me out about it though.
Many of them which may have improperly retained devices and documents from the company, and also said that Meta
There's
deliberately
MULN.
assigned them to work on.
MULN's had its move.
Interesting, the communications director for Meta actually came back and said no one on
Oh,
the
you were saying the joke.
team is a former Twitter employee, and also saying that this is just not a thing at this point in time. But as you
$1,000
said,
on Tesla, yeah.
the latest numbers of 70 million users.
Joshua, are you JH? Is that you?
As of Friday morning, but we also have seen.
I knew you lurked around here.
A principal analyst at Insider.
Those are your price targets.
She's actually stating that if Meta actually can get
I have a tiny bit of MULN, but I'm gonna wait a little longer.
On a monthly basis, it actually could match Twitter when it comes to active users. Now, obviously, she's also utilizing some of the data that we've had prior to the company going private.
I'm gonna look for this gap fill at least.
We are seeing indications right now.
The gap fill will also be 50% retracement on this handle.
Actually having some issues here, especially when it comes to down detectors. So that could be a situation where we see a lot of traffic, which is really slowing down.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or it could be
Yeah, he's like this.
But we are seeing
Been around a while. Been around the Discord and the channel a while.
Platform, as well as this back and forth between Twitter and Meta. Let's see how this is going to be resolved, if it does go to court or if it does not. It is going to be very interesting to see how, from a legal standpoint, Twitter can, in court, be able to prove that Meta
10 for the most part.
In a malicious way.
Yeah, I'll probably be buying in before then. Depends on other stuff, I guess, too.
To Twitter, and why
I'm curious on
had the same type of action. So very interesting story all around. We'll definitely give you updates as we get them in to the desk.
Yeah, and you know, Kevin, I think that
the borrow fee on MULN never like increased. Let me check it.
It was such a big deal. Will this impact the other social media?
Yeah, that's one thing that's kind of, I don't know if it should be concerning, but
that never actually even came to fruition. Not really the world I follow, but it's still, I think, important to note that it hasn't had any material impact.
Look at this. Look at this on MULN. Just continued to decline. Available shares continue to rip. It went down the last 2 days significantly.
Was on a tear,
even yesterday they didn't have any available. I mean, it was available, but whatever. Now today the fee's still, it's like flattening out, but it's still just low and continue to go down. 10 million shares. So it might be a while until this thing runs again. I don't know. Getting back in too soon is a common problem, I feel like. Talk to me about my barbecue position next week when it's back down here.
At the end of the day, we have to see what's going to happen for the latter half of this year here, Jenny. I mean, we have to see if portfolio managers and themselves start rotating out of these high-performing names and start looking at other opportunities in the marketplace, which could
that's tough, Jonathan.
Momentum. But we are
putting take profit orders on it helps to helps with that. Getting the emotional
price target to $333. That's up from $200
element out of it.
That actually occurred earlier this morning. So
take profits or stop losses or whatever.
Let's see if this momentum is going to continue here for Meta, but once again, a lot of chatter around this new platform. It doesn't have all the features like Twitter, but let's see if they're going to roll out some new features here in the near term to potentially
130. Still have a good amount of the day left
to the platform.
Right, we are
continue a move up or back down to VWAP or
for Instagram, and we did see a remark from the Instagram head saying
maybe make a shoulder over here.
You don't have to deactivate
and then move down to VWAP.
Instagram to then deactivate threads, which was a concern I was
did grab a short there.
On Twitter. So right now,
nice little bounce on barbecue.
But it's been a very interesting story to close out this week. We appreciate
off of
all
VWAP.
the insight, as always. Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent for the network. Now I'd like to bring back in Alex, and it's time for FOMO. And Alex, you are definitely much more well versed in this world than I am. Although admittedly, I have
a medium hold.
Some of these different apps.
Medium hold is going to turn to a long-term hold if you ever take profits. It just keeps dwindling.
Today, getting a nice move higher. Shares are up 6% now on the session.
You know, I think you outed me as someone who goes on these sports gaming apps, but I was going to do it.
11 to 12, and then they buy back those shares. You think them completing the share buyback would be a catalyst? I think the catalyst for the share buyback's already happened. Them mentioning that they're going to do it.
FanDuel and PointsBet, which all jokes aside, was a big.
Yeah, if you have a longer term mindset on it, then it's much easier to hold through it for sure.
This company is potentially buying one of its competitors in PointsBet. The PointsBet.
I've been in and out of barbecue a lot in the last year.
Bid, which was actually a lesser bid, but a little bit different. It wasn't just a full takeover. And
So
sort of
I do my best not to just buy and hold unless it's in my long term. It's on a stock that I think will be here in 10 years and something I use almost every day. I say do my best, but I don't always do that. But yeah.
And they
Barbecue, I don't have that conviction, and I don't have it in my long term. So it's been a trade. At times I've held it longer than I should have.
Because I can see why this one's on FOMO.
But,
it has gone
yeah.
very much up and to the right.
No kidding. I mean, it's up 133% now on a year-to-date basis. This name is well above.
Yeah, and I think so too, Jonathan. The catalyst with them hiring a law firm to fight naked shorts, I think you could see another pop from that for sure. I'd like to see a GNS move on it, but it'd be sick. All right, I just finished getting filled on my rad calls.
And they said this increased target does reflect higher revenue forecasts.
Took a while to get those.
The state gaming reports that imply stronger product engagement is generating Hyatt market share. They do view DraftKings overtaking FanDuel and specifically the New York handle share as a leading indicator that product quality at this point is winning out.
They just announced, they just released a filing, whatever, saying that they're planning on doing it between now and December, I think it was, but that they can cancel at any time. So yeah, we don't know when they're going to do it. But that's bullish news. So them physically doing it is not like bullish necessarily. I mean, I suppose if you see a lot of price action from it, but with internalization, and I mean, I don't know. I don't think you necessarily would. I feel like the bigger move is the announcement of it, but I could be wrong.
And I just think it's ill-timed, frankly, but we know a lot of these analysts come in a little bit late, but nonetheless, they acknowledge this nice move higher and think
and they need to make some revenue.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of interesting too that the analyst talks about kind of
can't survive just reverse splitting and diluting.
In this space, there's sort of different segments that a player on these apps, a bettor on these apps, whatever it may be described as, kind of participates with them. You're going to have your, professional quality, participants. They're going to be involved with all of
I feel like there's more catalyst with it in the share buyback than with them hiring that law firm. That's my belief is we'll see more price action from that than their share buyback anymore. If anything, if we get more news on the share buyback, it'll be that they canceled it, and that would be bearish.
So marketing has been such a huge role for this, but also technology and experience and reliability. If you have a good experience on it, you're more likely to go back on it. And of course,
yeah, you probably don't want another RS. That's true.
Participant, probably better for a company like DraftKings that is trying to win that money themselves. And so the professional, bettors aren't necessarily the ones
that bad nearby the float, would it?
Desired, even though they might be doing the most volume. They want the ones with the highest experience, typically, the everyday better.
Well, maybe that would be the catalyst, I guess.
Good job being sort of accessible, where they can also then attract the person that maybe
financially it seems like a stupid move, but
app is so user friendly that it's
short squeeze.
Too easy to do. It's like $20 here,
maybe not.
Everywhere,
maybe it's good.
Because these apps are so user friendly.
If SPY kind of builds a little shoulder over here now.
It really immersed but because these apps that really advertise so well, it's like, why not? It's $20. And somehow I think I've lost now hundreds of dollars this year, but that's of course how it goes. But now in trading this name, considering we are seeing a nice move to the upside today, walk through what you're thinking for an example trade.
Yeah, building on that too, I know that they've also moved from just this sole, on the app kind of experience, and you'll see them pop up in places like stadiums or near stadiums, just like we have in Wrigley here in Chicago. But from a trading standpoint, say you are optimistic on this name, you're looking to capitalize on some potential upside. We're looking at a trade strategy here in which we're just buying a call vertical. So much like what we looked at in Warner Brothers Discovery, Jenny, but the bullish version of the trade. Going out to August, spending a $2 debit. So this is where it's a little bit different. We oftentimes talk about these spreads. Say it's a $5 spread like this one. We're oftentimes looking at $2.50 debits, half here on risk, half on possible profit. This is 2 to 3, so we're risking 200 to make 300. A little bit lower probability should be the first thought. You see that with the 27 break even on a stock that is currently trading a little bit below 27, but it would allow for, if you get that move above 30, to actually make a little bit more, make 1.5 times the money as opposed to just equal as a max profit. So you can see
big
that
bounce
there.
there on SPY.
Risk profile quite straightforward. Same elongated Z that we're used to seeing in vertical spreads. but we're starting down here as opposed to in the case of some of these other strategies where we start up in the max profit zone and you need the move to work against it. So of course, if stock moves down, that's your risk scenario. Risk 200 moves up above 30, stays there through expiration. You got $300 in max possible profit. Break even at 27.
Every little inverse
That's
cup and handle.
where we're trading, a little bit higher. All things considered, though, Jenny, bullish strategy clearly because an upside move is how you profit.
And like you said previously, a really highly customizable trade. This is basically the flip of, I believe, what we looked at in Paramount. So a relatively, I'd say, regular example trade across this show, one we look at very frequently. But that'll do it for our FOMO segment. Now, coming up next, we will look at Costco as it continues to disappoint with some of its sales. Shares are lower now. They have recovered slightly, but Renita Young will tell us more about
I'm out of that for now.
figures coming up next.
Might take a long. Nah, dude. Come on, kitty. Jacket's dope, man. Probably wore that to the premiere of Top Gun, too. Like velour? Has shoulder pads in it? Afternoon, Jenny. NIR, look at that thing. Cludine. Is this back? Oh. Near.com.
some disappointment also with some of its quarterly figures. Shares are down over 7% now on the session. George Tills will break down that story for us coming up next.
Chennai.
is facing from the end markets now, where you think about inflation really impacting the middle and lower end consumer. So that again fits the bill from a macro narrative. While at the same time, Levi's had expanded quite aggressively, both CapEx to improve their digital sales and direct to consumer sales, but also their wholesale channel. They don't have a very large, robust retail channel as a percent of revenues, so they really rely on wholesale channel. But at the same time, there's an inventory mismatch. And I think that's one of the challenges the company faced this quarter, as well as perhaps some of the weaker guidance, which again, if you look at their guidance, their sales are expected to be for fiscal year about 1.5% to 2.5%. And again, that's near essentially flat revenue growth year over year, with, again, like I said, close to 9% decline for the quarter they just reported. But I did look at the estimates for the next 3 quarters. They're significantly improved on an expected basis compared to the quarter they reported. If you actually look at it, it looks very concave, and we just reached the sort of inflection point in Levi's. But nonetheless, you have to consider the trend. The trend is still to the downside in the stock. You don't want to fight the trend. So, one of the things I talk about is look at the 10-week and 20-week moving averages. If the price is above it and the slope of those 2 lines is positive, that might signify a major trend reversal. So that's something to keep in mind if you're looking to invest in the stock.
Yeah, and George, I feel like it's been the case of like the haves and the have-nots in retail, because right now I completely agree that the trend has just pointed obviously to the downside. Shares are down over 15% now on the year, but we've seen winners like a Lululemon, even like a Urban Outfitters, American Eagle, Abercrombie and Fitch, and then we've seen the losers, which I would even say Nike at this point. Gap is one we discuss frequently, and unfortunately, based on Levi's price activity, it's not looking like it's in the winner camp right now. But we will leave it there. Great breakdown on Levi today and why we are seeing shares lower on this session. But that will also do it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for the week. Thank you for tuning in all week long. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Nicole Petalini.
Whoa, big flush there on SPY. That was weird. Some news or something, maybe. Like some stop losses got triggered or something. That was weird. Okay, I'm out of those shorts. That was a weird flush. Prestige worldwide. Prestige. Prestige worldwide. That thing hold up. Yeah, 180%. That ain't bad. If it starts to break, I'll get back into them here. Yeah, you might be slightly greedy on prestige worldwide there. Yeah, I'm getting back in. See how my puts are doing. Only down 94%. I got this. I need 430. 437.72. We can hit that still, can't we? I didn't get fully filled on rad. It's gonna be like a few contracts at a time. There it is, SPY. Let it out. I think we still might be building this handle though. I think that's done. So look for that next week. Hadouken! PWM got halted again. Whoa. Yeah, on the breakout. on the new high. What's the spread like on here? Probably pretty gnarly, huh? Yes. Oh, I guess it's halted right now. Like, what the heck? It's like a $6 spread. Thanks, Jonathan. And thank you for your likes. All 34, yes. Appreciate it. I mean, there's no, it's just straight supply and demand. There's no, like, no resistances after this. You're just, whatever. It is from China. Alright, I closed that short. Wait for better entry.
But our overall, we have three takeaways. Number one, the overall report is a little bit weaker, and a big driver in the weakness was that we only saw 60,000 in government jobs. That was most of the gain, 60,000 in government jobs. And this overall report is not going to stop the Fed from raising rates later this month. You know, you still have to. You've seen the unemployment rate fall a bit. You've seen
Learn how to short. What do you mean it's real easy? Just
think about this.
sell it.
Wage growth over the past
As easy as selling it.
4.7%. And this is from the March low of 3.5%. So wage growth is starting to pick up. Our second takeaway is that this is consistent with the recovery we're seeing in the economy. We saw gains in construction jobs. We saw losses in retail. You know, consumer spending is starting to slow down a bit. What worries me is that losses in temporary help. This tends to be a possible harbinger for the rest of the labor market. The third takeaway, and this is the biggest important takeaway, is that we think the Fed is pleased about the sharp slowdown in service jobs. You know, we've seen goods disinflation, but services inflation remains very elevated. We all know labor is a huge component of services costs, so you need to see a slowdown to help start pushing services inflation down. So services slowing down employment could be a great harbinger for services disinflation. Overall, market likes it because basically the June rate hike is a done deal, but the labor market slowing, maybe potentially pushing CPI a little bit lower, suggests that September is a less likely rate hike.
Yet wages do remain elevated, so it's, you know, the labor market's a little weaker, but not enough to change the course of action for the Fed later this month. I guess, what does the jobs data need to look like to get the Fed to stop hiking rates?
I think, yeah, and that's a great question. I think the Fed, you know, overall, you know, right now we're at about 200,000 print, and 200,000 print is about double the number of people coming into the labor market each month. So ideally, probably down to the 100,000 level, maybe below the 100,000 level, before the Fed realizes, holy macro, we slowed the economy down too much. I think they need to see that. I think second of all, they need to see an uptick in the unemployment rate. Third of all, and this is, I continue to harp on this, is that they need to see services hiring slow down dramatically, because services inflation is the big bugaboo for the Fed right now. Goods inflation is down, rent is starting to work its way in CPI. Services inflation is that inflation is still really elevated, and with labor contributing most of services inflation, that needs to come down.
So do you think we're going to see that uptick in the unemployment rate, or do you think that this Fed is on this golden path to avoiding a recession, or is that wishful thinking?
It always worries me when the Fed talks about golden paths or Goldilocks scenarios because, as we all know, the Fed has made mistakes in 13 of the last 15 rate hike cycles, though they tend to make a lot of mistakes. So unemployment rate, the Fed has already acknowledged in their dot plot that they do expect a higher unemployment rate. Think, maybe another 0.5% unemployment rate would be helpful for the Fed to really pause and really put the brakes on. But at the end of the day, we're
Going long
seeing
here.
signs already that the economy is slowing down. I mean, I can run through 20 different statistics, leading economic indicators, tightening bank standards, inverted yield curve, new orders in ISM, consumer savings slowing down, student loan repayment. That's going to impact the economy. The Fed is taking all this data.
Man, barbecue's volume just shut off, huh?
They're starting to say, okay, the economy is starting to slow down a bit. We're on the page of higher for longer for some time because the Fed is still worried about that high services inflation, and that's going to take some time to come down.
All right, so let's talk about the market because you say
Whoa, a little flush there.
Today's data.
Market's volatile right now.
Overall, I was taking a look at your notes and you're saying
Someone's talking, aren't they? I totally forgot.
What levels are you looking
That's what we're getting, I bet.
To the downside?
There's a Fed speaker talking, I think. Started at 2, maybe.
So we've been cautious in the market for the entire year, so we've been wrong.
Yeah, that's when we got this move.
With that cautiousness, you think about the market rally. We saw the S&P 500
We need to listen to that.
for the first half of the year. That's a huge gain, but the market has not been very healthy. You can look at still poor market breadth, narrow leadership, industry.
That's what's happening.
And valuations are pretty high. Think about this: the S&P 500 on forward earnings.
I subscribe to that one channel.
This is pricing
Press secretary.
Absolute perfection. Pricing in
that what's causing it?
Inflation, and we do think earnings are going to be impacted.
He expected that Western unity
I'll do this freaking guy.
That NATO would break, that our support to Ukraine would wither over time. He was wrong. The United States has built a coalition of dozens of countries, from Europe to the Middle East to the Indo-Pacific, to help Ukraine defend against Russian aggression. And we have mobilized the security assistance Ukraine needs, including by facilitating contributions from partners and allies around the world, so that Ukraine is in the best possible position to succeed on the battlefield. We continue to stand with the people of Ukraine,
speaking.
Their sovereignty, their freedom, and their democracy. After the summit, President Biden will give a significant address in Vilnius that evening, Wednesday evening, about his vision of a strong, confident America flanked by strong, confident allies and partners taking on the significant challenges of our time, from Russia's aggression in Ukraine to the climate crisis. Finally, the president will travel to Helsinki, Finland, where he will meet with the president of Finland, Niinistö, and participate in a U.S. Nordic Leaders Summit. In these meetings, the president will advance our close cooperation with the Nordic countries on shared regional security objectives, along with shared efforts on technology, health, climate, and clean energy. So we're looking forward to a busy week in Europe. And
I had that tab open, I closed it, trying to close some tabs.
To further solidify,
remember the website.
And give momentum to the strong, united alliance that has been standing up so.
Might have been one from this guy saying.
As I mentioned, because we've seen all of these reports on the provision of cluster munitions to Ukraine, I will leave it to the Pentagon to make a formal announcement later this afternoon for the next drawdown package and to go into the details of that drawdown package and the specifics on the types of munitions being provided. But I will use this opportunity here today to make a few points. First, we base our security assistance decision on Ukraine's needs on the ground. And Ukraine needs artillery to sustain its offensive and defensive operations. Artillery is at the core of this conflict. Ukraine is firing thousands of rounds a day to defend against Russian efforts to advance and also to support its own efforts to retake its sovereign territory. We have provided Ukraine with a historic amount of unitary artillery rounds, and we are ramping up domestic production of these rounds. We've already seen substantial increases in production, but this process will continue to take time, and it will be critical to provide Ukraine with a bridge of supplies while our domestic production is ramped up. We will not leave Ukraine defenseless at any point in this conflict, period.
Okay, I flipped
Second,
again.
Russia has been using cluster munitions since the start of this war to attack Ukraine. Russia's been using cluster munitions with high dud or failure rates
just
of
chill.
30
Sit on my hands.
to 40%. In this environment, Ukraine has been requesting cluster munitions in order to defend its own sovereign territory. The cluster munitions that we would provide have dud rates far below what Russia is doing, is providing, not higher than 2.5%. And third, we are closely coordinating with Ukraine as it has requested these munitions. Ukraine is committed
bouncer on
to
barbecue.
post-conflict demining efforts to mitigate any potential harm to civilians, and this will be necessary regardless of whether the United States provides these munitions or not, because of Russia's widespread use of cluster munitions. We will have to continue to assist Ukraine with demining efforts no matter what, given the significant use of cluster munitions already perpetrated by Russia. So the bottom line is this. We recognize that cluster munitions create a risk of civilian harm from unexploded ordnance. This is why we've deferred the decision.
Yeah, I'm live every day,
as long as
Jonathan.
we could.
Live post on
But there is
TikTok? What does that even
also a
mean?
massive risk of civilian harm if Russian troops and tanks roll over
Are
Ukrainian
you gonna
positions,
stream me on
and take
TikTok?
more Ukrainian territory and subjugate more Ukrainian civilians because Ukraine does not have enough artillery. That is intolerable to us. Ukraine would not be using
Raise it in 10
some
minutes.
foreign land. This is their country they're defending.
Did you already
These are
say the other
their
day?
citizens they're protecting. And they are motivated to use any weapon
said-
system they have
I
in a
don't
way
quite
that
remember.
minimizes risks to those
He
citizens.
said Ukraine's.
So with that,
What did he
I
say?
would
He
be
said they're
happy
doing
to
really
take
good on the war in Iraq.
So much.
It's something like Afghanistan.
I was hoping you could comment on news.
All right,
earlier
spies coming down here.
that the Russians
Little
may
bear
be open
flag.
to a prisoner swap.
I think
for
we've got
a portion of it.
I think we've got
and I
VWAP
also had a
in
question
our sights.
for you about how the uprising by the Wagner Group may, in your view, impact Russia's leaders' willingness or lack of willingness to make a deal that would release Evan.
So first, as Kareem mentioned before,
Yeah, you can't do
today is the 100th day of
stop
Evan's
losses on
unjust and
stocks that are doing
unlawful
this.
And for those
You
100
just have to
days, President Biden,
manually do it.
our national security
You don't want to do
team,
market orders either when it's halting. So
our Secretary of State, myself personally have been invested in trying to bring him home safely. Second, I had the opportunity this morning to meet with Evan's employers at the Wall Street Journal and the personal representatives of his family to talk about the latest status in his case and our efforts to bring Evan home. Third, we did see the comments from the Kremlin that there have been contacts between the U.S. and Russia regarding Evan and other unjustly detained Americans. It is true, and we have said that we remain in contact with Russian authorities at high levels on these cases to try to figure out a way to bring unjustly detained Americans home, including Evan. We have also made clear for months now, even before Evan was detained, as we were dealing with Paul Whelan, that we are prepared to do hard things in order to get our citizens home, including getting Evan home. I do not want to give false hope. What the Kremlin said earlier this week is correct. There have been discussions. But those discussions have not
careful with market orders, though.
A clear pathway to a resolution, and so
Let's
I
steer
cannot
clear.
stand here today and
Something's
tell
halting.
you
BBYG
that we
ripping.
have a clear answer to how we are going to get Evan home. All I can do is tell you
42%.
that we have a clear commitment and conviction that we will do everything possible to bring.
What's going on right now?
With respect to the question of whether the recent actions by Prigozhin and the fallout from that creates new openings or opportunities,
MULN
I can't say that I have
bounced a
perceived
bit.
that directly.
Coming up to find
but of
resistance here on
course,
this line,
this is a
probably
story that continues
somewhere
to be
around
written
here.
day by day, so we will have to see how things continue.
Look for an
to
entry
develop.
next week on
In
it.
the meantime, we're going to stay
Might
laser
close out a
focused on
barbecue
doing
for it.
everything we can, both
Oh wow, a little pop
directly
there on
with the
MULN.
Russians and then
Coming
with
back to
other
VWAP maybe.
allies and partners around the world who are invested
A little higher.
in his safe return to try to get him out as soon as possible. Yeah.
President Zelensky said an invitation for Ukraine to join NATO would be the ideal outcome from the summit. Why does the administration believe
Top
that's
is
not
up
the right
12%.
approach?
Oh, spies
Well,
rattling a bit.
As you know, the United States strongly supports the open door policy, which says that Ukraine and NATO can make a decision together about its pathway towards membership. And Vilnius will be an important moment on that pathway towards membership because the United States, our NATO allies, and Ukraine will have the opportunity to discuss the reforms that are still necessary for Ukraine to come up to NATO standards. So this will, in fact, be a milestone, but Ukraine still has further steps it needs to take before membership in
So
NATO.
no invitation coming at the summit.
Ukraine will not be joining NATO coming out of this summit. We will discuss what steps are necessary as it continues along its path.
The cluster munitions, what convinced President Biden this was the right time to do cluster munitions, given the concerns? Did allies express concerns to him? And are you suggesting that the reason you're providing cluster munitions is because you Ukraine is running out of unitary artillery rounds? Is it the backfill that?
So first, we have been looking at this for quite some time. And what we have been weighing is this basic question of civilian harm. The challenge of cluster munitions, as you know, is that even at low dud rates, there are some unexploded ordnance that is left, and that could potentially pose a risk to civilians down the road. So we did not immediately come out of the gate and provide this. But we had to balance that against the risk to civilian harm if Ukraine did not have sufficient artillery ammunition. We are reaching a point in this conflict because of the dramatically high expenditure rates of artillery by Ukraine and by Russia, where we need to build a bridge from where we are today to when we have enough monthly production of unitary rounds, that unitary rounds alone will suffice to give Ukraine what it needs. So as a result, this is the moment to begin the construction of that bridge so that there isn't any period over this summer or heading into this fall when Ukraine is short on artillery, and being short on artillery, it is vulnerable to Russian counterattacks that could subjugate more Ukrainian civilians. That is the thinking behind our decision. We consulted closely with allies in deciding to do this, and some allies who are not signatories to the Oslo Convention embraced it with open arms, said this is absolutely the right thing to do. Even allies who were signatories to the Oslo Convention, while they cannot formally support something that they've signed up to a convention against, have indicated both privately and many of them publicly over the course of today that they understand our decision, and fundamentally that they recognize the difference between Russia using its cluster munitions to attack Ukraine and Ukraine using cluster munitions to defend itself, its citizens, and its sovereign territory. So we feel that this will in no way
alert
disrupt
on the YouTube membership.
That we have heading
The Theta
into
Farm
the summit in Vilnius next week.
did close
to follow up on the cluster
close a position today for nice gains. This pump today got all the Theta Farm.
Exceptionally lethal weaponry, which
So,
has no place on the battlefield. So how do you square those comments with this decision? And secondly, has Ukraine provided you with any assurances or guarantees in terms of their use in civilian areas, that they won't use them within a certain radius of civilian areas, for example?
So Ukraine has provided written assurances that it is going to use these in a very careful way that is aimed at minimizing any risk to civilians. And by the way, Ukraine, the democratically elected government of Ukraine, has every incentive to minimize risk to civilians because it's their citizens, it's Ukrainians who they are trying to protect and defend. This is not Ukraine taking these and going and using them in the Middle East or in Southeast Asia or in some faraway land. They're using them on their territory to defend their territory. So we believe that they're highly motivated to do this, and beyond being highly motivated, they have, to directly answer your question, provided these assurances to us. In terms of the ambassador's comments and other comments that have been bandied about, let me just say that the use of cluster munitions by Russia in this conflict is completely unacceptable on multiple counts. First, they are using them in violation of international law. Second, they are using them specifically to strike after civilian targets, not only military targets, also in flagrant violation of international law. And with this weapon system, as well as other weapon systems, we have identified war crimes committed by the Russians. Third, and critically, there is a big difference between the type of cluster munition being used by Russia and the type that we would provide to Ukraine. As I mentioned before, ours have a maximum 2.5% dud rate. The dud rate of the Russian munitions is between 30 and 40%. And just so I don't get this wrong, I will read it to you. The Department of Defense assesses that during the first year of the conflict alone, Russian-fired cluster munitions deployed from a range of weapon systems have likely expended tens of millions of submunitions or bomblets in Ukraine. And then the final point, I think this is an important point. When I talk about what Russia's doing with cluster munitions, I'm not making an argument which says, they do it, so we'll do it. The argument I'm making is that Russia has already spread tens of millions of these bombs.
MULN's climbing back to PWAP a little bit. Yeah.
So
maybe.
We have to ask ourselves,
actually might not. I just reject right here.
Cluster munitions on that same land actually that much of an addition of civilian harm, given that that area is going to have to be demined regardless. So that is why when we look at the situation today, as opposed to a year ago, And when we look at what Ukraine would be doing with these weapons as opposed to what Russia is doing with these weapons, we see a substantial difference. It doesn't make it an easy decision.
I don't know
I'm
if
not
the
gonna
market's
stand up here and say
kind of
it
waiting
is.
on
It's a difficult
Goolsby or this
decision.
guy.
It's a decision we deferred. It's a decision that required.
It seemed like the
a
volatility
real
earlier was from someone
hard
talking.
Look at the potential harm to civilians. And when we put all of that together, there was a unanimous recommendation from the national security team, and President Biden ultimately decided in consultation with allies and partners and in consultation with members of Congress to move forward on this step.
And Jake, are you satisfied with the pace and progress of the Ukrainian counteroffensive thus far?
We get this question a lot. I'm not grading or judging the Ukrainian counteroffensive. I'm standing here in Washington, D.C. I'm not on the battlefield. My life's not on the line. So for me to sit here and say, I'm satisfied, I'm not satisfied. What I would say is that it is hard going. The Russians are dug in. They have thrown a lot of defense in manpower and munitions at this, and the Ukrainians have bravely, systematically been punching and pushing forward and will continue to do so. The Ukrainians also have a substantial amount of capacity. They have not yet committed to this fight. So the story of this counteroffensive is far from written, and we will continue to support Ukraine along the way. Yes.
You said that Ukraine provided written assurances for how they would use these munitions. When was that provided? And also, can you just provide more details on what are those assurances?
So they provided them in the context of their written request to us for these munitions. So they reached out and requested them. I couldn't give you the exact date, but some weeks ago. And in doing so, the assurance that they provided was that they intend to use these munitions in a way to minimize the exposure of civilians, so outside of civilian areas and outside of areas that civilians traffic. That
Weird,
is
the
to say,
spy
on
just
the battlefield,
chomping right
where they're
here.
presently both trying to defend their territory.
Really kind of strange price action after that move.
Red lines in those assurances, or did the administration advise them, only use these munitions in these specific locations?
This is going to be an ongoing conversation because obviously the battlefield is shifting at all times. So it's impossible to set down a map and define this with the level of specificity that maybe your question implies. But it does mean that this conversation needs to be ongoing, just as it is with every other weapon system that we're providing Ukraine. And so far, we have found that when Ukraine provides assurances to the United States about the use of its munitions, it has followed through on that in terms of the limitations and constraints it's placed on those. And we expect the same in this case. And I just want to underscore again, I know I sound like a broken record, but the idea that Ukrainian men and women fighting for the armed forces of Ukraine want to willy-nilly use these things in a way that are going to harm Ukrainian citizens, which is somewhat implied in the questions, I find, at odds with their fundamental desire to protect their countrymen and their willingness to put their lives on the line to protect their countrymen. So that's
Prigozhin's location?
I do not. Yeah.
Follow up on Ukraine, and then I have a second question related to that. Is it the U.S. view that President Zelensky should attend the NATO summit, and how might his presence affect the outcome of the discussions?
So we would welcome President Zelensky at the NATO summit. President Biden would welcome the opportunity to meet with President Zelensky
kind of weird,
at the
Cameron.
NATO summit. The NATO summit will dive into
Yeah, I was
the
right
question
at like
of NATO's
12.
relationship with Ukraine, both
Did
the
just
question
shut off.
of
Different
its
algos took
pathway
over.
towards future membership
Barcoders.
and the question of an ongoing partnership that has existed for several years. And there will be important practical announcements in that regard at the summit. So President Zelensky's attendance at it would be very much welcome.
Back to Belarus, I'm sorry, Eastern European nations want NATO allies to beef up their security on the eastern flank, especially with Mr. Prigozhin's expected exile and the Wagner Group's expected exile into Belarus, which shares a border with Lithuania. Is the U.S. planning to announce any new security guarantees at the summit?
We have the ultimate security
I might lose power
guarantee
here.
for Poland and the Baltic states, and it's Article 5 of NATO, and we intend to defend every single inch of NATO territory. We've also put our money where our mouth is in terms of enhanced U.S. deployments in both Poland and the Baltic states, as well as
Like SPY's ready to make a move.
flank allies. I had the opportunity this morning to meet with my counterpart from Poland, the Polish National Security Advisor. The first and main topic of conversation was the evolving threat from Belarus. Both this question of whether Wagner will ultimately end up there, which, by the way, is still very much an open question, and the assertions about potential deployments of nuclear weapons on the territory of Belarus, and the role of Belarus in it and complicity of Belarus in Russia's aggression in Ukraine. These are all things that we have been taking account of going back to the start of this conflict. And we constantly look at everything from the positioning of NATO forces to the pre-positioning of various stocks and ammunition in the eastern flank. That will be a continued discussion at Vilnius, but this is an evolving picture, and so I don't think Vilnius is going to be the place where we put the final storyline down. It will continue to evolve as we go forward.
Thanks, Jake. Does the U.S. support eliminating the need for Ukraine to fulfill a membership action plan that essentially establishes benchmarks they have to meet to qualify for NATO membership?
So we're looking at that question. That is an active discussion among allies right now, whether Ukraine has in fact moved beyond the need for MAP. I won't get ahead of where leaders will end up at the summit.
I'm popping out of it. I might just shop around for a bit.
Just one on a bilat with Erdogan. Is this going to be a pull aside that the president is planning to have, or will this be like a full-blown bilateral meeting to discuss Sweden's NATO membership?
I don't have anything to announce today, but I think you can expect that President Biden and President Erdogan will talk in Vilnius in exactly what format that takes remains to be seen. Yeah.
Two questions. First on the munitions. Germany has opposed them. Does that suggest any cracks in the alliances to you? What do you make of that opposition?
So first, what I saw Germany say today was three things. Number one, they're confident that the United States took this decision carefully and after weighing all considerations. Number two, Russia has used these in an intolerable way to attack Ukraine. And three, every weapon system Ukraine is using, it's using to defend its people and to retake its
And there's a red candle. I mean, engulfing green.
What the German Chancery
we're getting a little flush.
Put out today, you will see that they are a signatory to Oslo. They don't transfer. They don't have or transfer cluster munitions, but nothing in what they have said today suggests there are any cracks in NATO unity. Quite the contrary, there's deep understanding, we believe, across the alliance about the fundamental challenge Ukraine faces and about our collective desire to ensure that we're providing Ukraine with what it needs to defend itself.
Sorry, when it comes to please, can you tell us specifically when the president signed the authorization? And also, we have seen over the course of this war how there were some no-go topics, F-16s, cluster munitions. Both of those are moving forward. Is there a line where the U.S. won't cross? Obviously, the president has said no U.S. personnel inside Ukraine. Is there some other limit, or does this suggest to President Zelensky that whatever he needs, ultimately he will get?
The president has been very clear from the very beginning of this conflict about two things that have been unwavering. First, the United States is not going to war with Russia in Ukraine. And second, the United States is not providing weapons to Ukraine to attack Russia. We do not encourage or enable attacks on Russian territory from Ukraine. The question of weapon systems has evolved as the conflict has evolved, but those two fundamental precepts have been true from the start. They remain true today, and they will be true tomorrow as well.
Did he say the United States is not providing weapons for Ukraine to attack Russia?
Because, you know,
did he say that?
The internal processes kind of have their sanctity, but he approved it, as I said, after a unanimous recommendation from his national security team.
Yeah. You said that NATO is stronger than ever at this point. What does it say that there are two NATO members who have been holding up Sweden's ability to join the alliance for more than a year now?
So the last NATO ally to come
we just gave them tanks
Finland,
and
I believe it was Montenegro, and I think it took something.
What were they, javelins? That was all just for practice.
I think a lot of
sharpen their skills on our American weapons in case they ever want to come to Mexico and cross the border, become a citizen.
Sweden and Finland ratified here in the
and
United
they'll know how
States
to join our army.
Basis, how fast Finland came in, and then how it has only been a year since Sweden sought membership, and we are confident that Sweden will come in the not-too-distant future, and that there will be unanimous support for that. And then I would go beyond that to say, in terms of what it says about NATO's strength, here you have two historically non-aligned countries.
All of you, they can't attack Russia with them.
Seeking to
We're sending people over there to train them how to use them.
Indication of the strength,
just to defend themselves.
Of NATO than that. Yeah.
So I understand your point about reforms that Ukraine still needs to do in order to.
The best defense is a good offense. Flies coming down here.
But just going kind of broader from that, my understanding is that the president believes that a fast-track membership for Ukraine is an invitation rather than a deterrence to war with Russia. He has several times expressed his concern for nuclear escalation. Can you first confirm whether my understanding is correct? And if so, can you explain the calculus behind the president's decision on that? What led him to that conclusion?
The president has repeatedly said that there is an open door, that there is a pathway for Ukraine, and that Ukraine needs to take additional reforms to complete its work towards NATO membership. That has been his position from the beginning. That remains true today. That will remain true at Vilnius. The president also has been clear that we are going to support Ukraine for as long as it takes and provide them an exceptional quantity of arms and capabilities, both from ourselves and facilitating those from allies and partners, but that we are not seeking to start
immediately gave him the same weapon.
That is the course that
Good
we've
job.
been on since the start of this conflict. That is the course we remain on today, and we believe that we have been able to mount a vigorous, concerted, effective, dynamic response to Russia's aggression in support of the brave people of Ukraine.
Reporting that former U.S. officials have held secret talks with Ukraine with prominent Russians to lay the groundwork for a negotiation towards a peace deal?
I actually appreciate this question because I think that the reporting suggested something that, in fact, has not happened. My understanding is there was a meeting at the Council on Foreign Relations with the foreign minister of Russia. That meeting did not include participation from the United States government. The United States government did not pass messages through that meeting. The United States government did not seek to pursue diplomacy, direct, indirect, or otherwise through that meeting, period. There are also contacts between private American citizens and Russians. That has been happening not just in the last year, but for the last 75 years, since time immemorial. The United States government is not using any of those contacts to pass messages, to promote diplomacy, direct, indirect, or otherwise, and any suggestion to the contrary is simply untrue. Yeah.
Jack, I have two questions. South Korean President Yoon and the Japanese Prime Minister Kishida will discuss the issue of discharge of contaminated water at the NATO summit this time. Do you know already know that yesterday IAEA Secretary General Grossi visited to South Korea, and he said that he will not take responsibility for the discharge of contaminated waters. What is the United States position on the IAEA's report on the discharge of contaminated water in Fukushima? And I follow up second question.
From our perspective, the IAEA Secretary General's report was based on the professional analysis of the competent international institution, and I'll leave it at that. I would also say that the ROK government made its own statements and reactions to that, which we thought were quite constructive.
Yeah. U.S. and South Korea NCD meeting, Nuclear Conservative Group meeting, will be held in Seoul very soon, this month. Do you have any contents of this meeting? Who will going to be attending this meeting?
I don't have anything to announce today. I will say, though, that I spoke with my South Korean counterpart last evening to discuss preparations for that meeting. It will be an important meeting. There will be high-level participation by the United States because this is an important issue on which we place priority, and launching the Nuclear Consultative Group is a specific outcome of the Washington summit between President Yoon and President Biden, an outcome of the historic Washington Declaration, and you will see in this meeting that we are quite serious about taking this effort forward.
Jake,
last question.
Thank you. Jake, 5 days after cocaine was found here in the White House, congressional Republicans seem like they're very close to launching some sort of formal investigation. I'm curious, from a national security perspective, Wade, what was your reaction when the drugs were found? And B, was there any risk to security, either to the president, to your staff, anybody that would work out of the sit room, for this stuff to be so close to where you were?
So first, I would refer to the Secret Service when it comes to questions of the security of the president. I won't speak to that. Second, I would make a point about the situation.
Well done, Jonathan.
I think there's been a lot of questionable reporting on this.
Can't believe you're still holding this thing.
Is not in use and has not been in use for months because it is currently under construction. We are using
we're holding it that long
in the Eisenhower Executive Office building. So the only people coming in and going out of the sit room in this period have been workers who are getting it ready to go. By the way, it's on time and on schedule to be back on station here in the not too distant future. But no, there was no issue with the Situation Room relative to this. And then finally, look, we have rigorous drug testing policies at the White House. We have rigorous drug use policies here at the White House. We take those extremely seriously. So we'll let the investigation unfold. If it involves someone from the White House, the appropriate consequences will ensue. If it involves some visitor who came in and left it, then that's a different matter that raises a different set of questions that are less relevant to my line of work. So I will leave it at that. But I do not believe at present, as things stand here at the podium today, that we are facing some national security threat, ongoing national security threat. Yeah, exactly. We're facing other national security threats.
NATO Secretary.
Yeah, last one.
Thank you, Jake. NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg said after his meeting yesterday that there is good progress towards Sweden joining NATO, but there are still gaps. So how would you assess the likelihood at this point of an agreement on Sweden's NATO membership?
I will make no predictions. I will just say that President Biden had the opportunity to meet with the Swedish Prime Minister here in Washington to express his solidarity with Sweden for its application for membership. We believe that Sweden should be in NATO as soon as possible, and we would love to see it happen at Vilnius. It is possible that it does. It is possible that it doesn't happen until some period after, but we believe it will happen in the not too distant future, and that those gaps can be closed, everything can be resolved, that there is fundamentally goodwill from all of the parties to get this done. It's a question of time, and I can't predict whether that'll happen next week or at some point in the ensuing weeks. And with that, I said it was my last question, so thank you guys.
All 5 rows of this room, just FYI.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Jake. Thanks for coming. Okay, just have a couple things at the top, and I know that there is an event with the president shortly. Okay. So President Biden has made combating the opioid crisis a key part of his agenda and has taken decisive actions to reduce both the supply of illicit fentanyl and negative health outcomes associated with illicit drugs. Today, this administration is continuing to take action and bringing together countries from around the world to act. Following through the commitment President Biden made in Ottawa this year, today the Department of State brought together more than 70 countries and international organizations to launch the Global Coalition to address synthetic drug threats. This effort will continue to bring global attention and action to address the public health and security threats posed by synthetic drugs like illicit fentanyl. And another thing that I wanted to add, as I just mentioned, we're going to go see the president shortly for his event. So as it relates to what he's going to announce, you heard the president talk about Bidenomics and how he's growing the economy from the middle out and bottom up, not top down, not the trickle down economics as we have seen. So this afternoon, the president will talk about new actions to further cut costs for
tax rates under
Dope CFO.
IRS tax code 280E. Cannabis companies get no
There he is.
deductions or credits on their tax return, so their effective tax rate may be 50% or more. And so the only way for the legal market to survive is to have some way to really shut down the illegal market. Now, at the end of the day,
Yeah, I might refresh my Windows this weekend. It's a good idea.
you know, the Gallup polls have
One of the last thing to do.
go under 10% national approval to where
To become a member, you just join. Got 2 levels of membership. First one is the emojis, and chat, priority, and then if I do membership only chat, then on our Discord you get a role where you can join me on voice chat, and then the other membership is I just get my entries and exits on the Theta farm for the options.
You want to know what's in it. You want to know it's tested by the lab. And so the illegal
For
market
the options trades.
but it takes some time. I mean, most of us
HADX.
buy an illegal bottle of whiskey, even if it is available today, because we don't want to.
You're into all these pharmaceuticals.
But the problems that you're talking about do go beyond New York, because I heard you mention other states like California. So this is a
Medical.
nationwide problem?
Buys coming down here.
So look at California.
Looking to close the shorts here at VWAP.
$100 billion market. Still today, about 80% of that is illegal. And so if you have a grower, as a matter of fact, I was talking to a grower yesterday in Oregon that's been in the market 10 years and is about to shut down. And she's like, well, look, my neighbor next door is growing weed and selling it in the East Coast for $3,000 a pound. I'm getting $300 a pound here in Oregon legally, and you just can't compete. And so right now, until if and when we deschedule or reschedule cannabis off Schedule 1, we have state walls and state markets. So the pricing on the West Coast is much, much lower than it is on the East Coast. And like your last guest talking about the oil and gas markets, that's a national price. We don't have that in cannabis. Now, that said, Biden ordered a review of the descheduling, and it could actually happen fairly quickly. We saw this in hemp and CBD. They were pulled off Schedule 1. They're now legal nationally. Becerra said he would get that review done by the end of this year.
40% on T2, or TTOO.
The ego on you. A lower schedule or descheduled altogether or rescheduled.
Sweet.
To
Thanks,
a lower
Jonathan.
schedule.
Appreciate your membership.
And the floodgates would open up, and that would
Not gifted by Ace. Ace isn't around.
should have been beaten down as well.
He took a good day to take off.
What does all of this mean for business owners?
Thanks, Jonathan. If you're not on our Discord, you can jump on there and send me a DM. I'll give you the happy crew roll in there as well.
Out of the market, how many do you think are going to have to fail because they just can't wait it out?
So in the non-public markets, the private side,
It's my
we see
second legit membership.
states like Oregon, California,
Just kidding.
lots of failure.
All of Aces are very legit. Bounce back today.
Launch. When I speak to business owners or potential,
You might have something in Power Hour.
dispensary or farm, I tell them capitalization is their #1 priority. They've got to have deep pockets.
There's still a gap to fill down here.
And including the public markets, the long-term strategy is once we get declassified or rescheduled, there's going to be a
They're tough to
huge
say.
valuation
Such a-
up. And so the name of the game
such a
is to
small scale
survive
time.
until then. And so if you're losing money, your business model as a small farmer dispensary might be you're going to lose money for 5 years straight. So you need well-funded
Eagles on
investors
Jonathan.
that can be patient and wait, whether it's 5 years to legalization
At 30
or
cents.
7. At the end
I
of the
mean,
day, it's coming.
so if I jumped in at 30, I'd have my stop loss once it broke this level,
Every single group. I actually just looked today at the Gallup poll.
right? Because this is kind of a bull flag. Once it breaks there, it's kind of failing.
Legalization. If you go
Kind of how I see it, at least.
say liberal Democrats,
Failing to
9 out
find
of
support.
10, and if you go down to about
Being
30
below
different
VWAP,
subgroups,
not as good either, of
the
course.
lowest subgroup was at 51%. So the nation wants legal cannabis, and I say when we.
But yeah, coming to the end of the day, you might get some volatility.
It's gonna
Could see a little move back up to VWAP maybe.
even when we don't agree on something. So I'm pretty positive about this, and it's all underlined by the medicine. We want access to better medical products. The opiate, we tried that for the last 40 years. It didn't work. It's a crisis, and so this is something that's actually positive. Not to mention social and criminal justice reform.
Well, we're just about out of time.
I'm about to stop out of my short here.
Touched on the private markets, but what about the public markets? What are the implications for investors and pot stocks, if you will?
We have been beaten down fairly. They were overvalued.
Don't want to sell for a loss. Got to get over that.
Very low levels. They're starting to.
For trading, that's you want to be a good loser.
True Leaf. I think I'm actually going to buy some.
But you have to have that plan before you enter. Where you're gonna take a loss, or you're gonna take a profit.
And you've got that kind of asymmetric.
Either set it up mentally, or even physically take profit order and a stop loss order.
And so
And do it when you open the trade.
time to buy. I don't think you have much downside risk as well.
Just stop out on that.
I would buy. I'm going to look at buying Tilray, Curaleaf, and True Leaf. I actually just looked at them today. They're all around 1x sales valuation, and
Better winner.
They've been moving to the upside a little bit. You see here over the last month, and I think there's just a lot more upside depending on.
They have like a 3-to-1 risk to reward.
Certainly strong day today.
You only have to be right, less than half the time, and you're gonna be successful and make money.
Thank you for having me.
So consider that before you enter a trade.
We'll bring in our panel to discuss the June jobs report, the key data they're looking at, and what it could mean for the next Fed rate decision. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this quick break.
The problem with that strategy, Jonathan, is that you have to be right more than half the time then. So I'd give yourself better odds. So you only be half or right 30% of the time. If you buy something for $10 and it goes up to whatever, $15, but your stop loss on it's $9. I don't like to bank on me being right half the time. It's hard to do though. I struggle. Got 10 minutes to power hour. Barely even hear this, Yaz. MULN getting some GME calls. 30 strike. We might get a bounce. It might bounce with the market. I think SPY's gonna probably keep completing this handle, and then we'll just see if it breaks out. That is kind of the point of the cup and handle, to have a breakout, but sometimes they get back up to that high and fail. For sure. Just buying SPY. Let's see, MULN. You can kind of learn any strategy if you just have good risk management and be successful with it. There might be one you favor over another one, but any strategy here will work. You just have to practice good risk management with it. No, the gap did not fill on MULN. You're looking for 1730. So wait until next week. I know BBIG went crazy. I don't know what happened here. Volume picked up. Starting to squeeze or something. This might actually be a good one to enter for next week. Nirvana almost 20%. Terra almost 20. Did Rally ever make it in here today? I wonder if he still has a top.
In the jobs report as well. I think one of the standouts in terms of the sectors that added jobs this month was construction. This is a part of the segment of the labor market that you would have expected to be hit really hard by high rising interest rates and especially raising mortgage rates. But it added 23,000 jobs this month, which is positive given that we've seen some pullback in some of the job gains in the bar and restaurant sector, which has really powered the gains moving forward. So some trade-off happening there potentially, which is good given the waning sources of growth we've seen over the last year or so.
And Thomas, you talked about the wage growth that we've been seeing, probably hotter than the Fed would actually like. But what about the participation rate holding steady at 62.6%? Put that into perspective for us. What's the takeaway there?
Sure, the overall participation rate stayed flat,
but the all-important working age population is really at participation levels that are up near highs and has fully recovered from COVID. So there are some parts of the labor market that there's still room to go, but others that have fully recovered and keep on powering on. And I think that the total employment number is also in new and higher territory. So we're seeing just a very resilient market, and particularly with those wage earners that are really just starting out.
Nick, let's get to the Fed implications. A hike later this month, all but certain, according to the market, over 90% chance that the Fed is going to hike again. But then what? What do you think? How many more hikes this year based on this data?
So I won't offer a guess as to the exact number of hikes, but I will say that a lot of the labor market data is at least trending in the direction the Federal Reserve would like to see. Payroll gains are moderating. Labor supply is picking up. Labor force participation is rising. And wage growth is moderating, if still staying strong. So I think there are signs there that the Federal Reserve, as you said, everyone's expecting a hike in the next meeting, but maybe they can sort of pause again potentially. But I think things are trending towards a direction where we might see fewer hikes than folks were expecting a couple months ago.
And Thomas, I want to give you a chance to weigh in terms of what you're expecting from the Fed. And I guess just the fact that this is kind of still a strong report, still 209,000 jobs added in June. What do you think the Fed needs to see to say, okay, now we can stop hiking, the economy has slowed enough?
Yeah, I think the Fed has been very clear in its messaging this cycle. I mean, once they got started, you can quibble with whether they got started soon enough or not, but they've been doing pretty much what they said for a while now. And Fed Chair Powell said, look, the dots show 2 more rate hikes, and that's a pretty good guess. I don't think we've really ever heard him say something quite that explicit in his tenure. The markets don't believe it. They believe 1 hike, and then they're sort of 50-50 as to whether or not there is another one. Also, Fed Chair Powell said that, we weren't skipping or pausing. We were just slowing the pace and slowing the pace to every other meeting to see how things go. And, when you think about it, that's a fairly good characterization of where they are. And more importantly, the Fed knows that they are barely in restrictive territory. You can look at a number of different measures like the Taylor rule or just relative to nominal GDP growth. Or just what the effect has been on the markets, which has been not much in terms of slowing things down. So we're not
maybe
really all that restrictive.
Maybe a head there, shoulder here.
The final message that
BBBYQ.
has been saying constantly is nothing works if inflation is out of control. So they
You kind of got a big cup here.
They will hike until they
This
get
high back here.
Nick, we only have about 30 seconds left, but want to ask you, do you think the Fed can achieve this so-called soft landing? Labor market has been resilient, in turn the consumer's been resilient. Can we avoid a recession?
So I think more and more, we're getting more and more evidence.
Leave that there.
At least in the short term.
If we get a retracement.
Market seems to be coming more into a line. We're not only seeing demand for workers stay high, but moderate, but supply workers is picking up as well. I think we're
I would put it at the very top of the wick, but
along that golden path that we heard about earlier.
I think that's
today,
probably.
but it's not. We're not guaranteed that we'll
It's a wick down, and that's where the other side of the cup is.
All right, we'll leave it
Probably
there
a better
on
spot.
Cautiously upbeat note. Nick Bunker of Indeed Hiring Lab and Thomas Martin of Globalt Investments. Thank you both so much for joining the show. That's going to do it for the watch list. I'm Caroline Woods. Thanks so much for watching.
Caroline.
Close is next. Stay tuned. Yeah, I think barbecue could still be completing this handle. I think
think that T might still play out. But really need this level to continue to hold, or it bounced back up above today. Kind of right here, 27 cents. But there's a head and shoulders here now too. Or an inverse cup. Either or. What's pH? BBIG up 60%. We'll climb this up with these bodies. Power hour. We made it. Coming back down to the WAP. Might get some, well, no, I have a long weekend. Might still have time to go long here though. Might get an end of day rip. Not sure if I want to be messing around with the 10 minutes. Last 10 minutes though.
Risk radar, reflecting the potential for volatility today around the employment
Jump
number.
to BBIG.
We didn't get that.
The long side?
What we got was a little bit of a shift back away from the themes from yesterday and the day before, which were higher yields, higher interest rates, and mind-blowingly strong economic data. We just didn't get that this morning. Jobs report was fine. It was a very solid report. Still adding payrolls at 200,000 plus. That's good. Wages did creep up a little bit. That's an inflationary component. But in the context of some of the real eye-popping beats in our economic data, this morning's number really just wasn't one of them. And so we get a little break from some of the stuff that's been causing some volatility. That, of course, has been higher yields, rotation within the stock market, and the potential for a higher dollar. And that's where I want to start the real analysis.
I don't know why the spike in memory.
Down 90 basis points kind of tells you everything you need to know.
Well, it's hanging out high. It's not spiking like the CPU.
The dollar's going
Kind of weird. Wasn't doing that like a week ago.
5 days, when you include today's session of an almost 1% sell-off in the dollar, you now have a big gap emerging between the 10-year and the dollar directionally. When last year, the two were basically trading hand in hand, This tells us a really important message about the macro outlook that we're going to be talking about here today. It's going to be the subject of my closing Cut the Cord segment. So we'll come
Where I can tell how my RAM is performing.
to give you a little bit more of a preview, though, and to kind of just set the stage for the conversation here today. If you look at the year-to-date for the 10-year and the dollar, we, of course, have been seeing yields.
RAM just kind of works or doesn't, though, I think.
The dollar hasn't made new lows, though. So watch what happens here over the next couple weeks with the data and the Fed commentary, because this gap,
I think I have a virus still.
10-year with the dollar
Something's
higher, you can really see on the longer-term chart how
clogging up.
these two generally move in. We're not
Little Windows refresh will get rid of it, maybe.
because the 10-year yield says the data's been better. There's probably a little bit of inflation kind of reheating, but the dollar's telling us that maybe it doesn't have to change the Fed's course, and that's where we've got the dollar soft. Risk assets generally like that. With the dollar down, you've got gold bouncing back today. You've got stocks firm. So we'll come back to those charts. Right now, let's also talk about the equity leadership, because today you've got the high beta trade doing quite well, but it's really important to remember that this is now a pretty diverse basket of companies that meet the criteria of being high beta, swinging more when the market goes up, the upside, swinging more to the downside when the market goes down. You've got some of your AI plays in there, of course, because on the upside, you've gotten huge leadership in companies like Tesla and NVIDIA, of course, in there. But it's also really important to realize that the really swingy stocks.
Yeah, we've been looking at the cup and handle for like days, trays, all week.
Like the cruise lines, like the
Cup,
airlines, and you see
handle.
Royal, Norwegian, Carnival rounding out the top list of the holdings in this ETF.
But yeah, good spot. Looking for a retest of these highs. Today was kind of the confirmation of this cup and handle continuing, or this inverse cup and handle happening, but we broke out to the upside, so yeah, I think the cup or the handle will continue up to probably the highs here at least, and see if we break out or not.
Portion of stocks in the value category that are rallying as well. Check out the VLUE.
Kind of maker to break it today, since we opened up in between two gaps and kind of in the middle of the range.
Because you have a little bit of a different leadership emerging. Even if the Fed's not going to have to.
So yeah, I think next week will be pretty bullish.
And escalate their,
but we actually have a lot of catalysts next week too, so it'll just be hard to see the patterns when you have big ranges, big gaps, volatility. We have wholesale inventories on Monday. Bar speaks on Monday. Sally speaks on Monday. Mester speaks on Monday. Consumer credit on Monday. Tuesday of optimism index. Wednesday you have CP Lie. Bostic and Barkin both speaking. You have the beige book. Yeah, next week's pretty packed. And then jobless claims on Thursday. PPI on Thursday. Waller on Thursday. Import price index on Friday. Yeah, so next week. Yeah. Task manager performance. Yeah, I'm there. What am I looking for though? I mean, I see my RAM. It says it's 92% usage.
Doesn't seem like enough to
guess I can show this.
We got yesterday.
Yeah, I think you're onto something here, Oliver. I think if you
so this is usually under 50% with what I'm doing right now. I haven't changed what I'm doing.
Was on Wednesday afternoon. You had a big scare in the ADP number, and markets
32
moved
gigs.
significantly lower. Well, when this number came out, the fear was that this number was going to be much stronger than expected. And although, in terms of the wages,
but I think RAM doesn't just work or not work. It's not like
it wasn't enough to scare the market like it did on Thursday, and therefore you've got
respect for faith. That's irrational.
Let's call it 15,225.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the goal for the cup and handle is to break out, right? So we do break that high. I think we've got a pretty big upside move coming the next. That could be month or two. Details sort by memory usage.
5 points lower there since late Wednesday until today. So there's been a bit of a sell-off.
Yeah, I mean I see it. It's normal. Thinkorswim is first, and then it's Edge,
really didn't show up.
OBS and then Edge, Discord. Like it's not.
Mid-afternoon to now,
I don't see any like
you're going to see the market
viruses in there or anything.
Lower than they were, but
Nothing
as
new.
scary as we thought on Thursday, Oliver.
And this was the big number.
Why are they hogging so much RAM all of a sudden?
More weight.
Is that correlated with my CPU somehow?
Employment, but have to keep in mind we also got a really good ISM services. We even got PMI manufacturing.
Whoa, spy flushy flush.
So the story
Just wants to magnet to VWAP.
Potential reheating of the economy.
I agree with that too. I mean, it's not like the numbers came in lower. The wages were higher. The ISM numbers and PMI numbers were stronger. The data is still overall pretty strong. Just the jobs part of this data didn't show up on the right.
System idle process is the highest on my CPU usage.
Was, slightly lower than
that normal?
But with the revisions,
seems weird.
Pretty significantly less than a month ago. So
my computer trying to sleep right now.
Considered it turned out to be a pretty mixed number, not anything, not any waterfall in one direction, Oliver. So yeah, I think the markets are slightly lower over the last 2 days, but not near as much as we thought.
All right, well said. The biggest winners actually.
I'll check how much RAM you have on Windows.
Yes, we've got some of the tech stuff working
today. Okay.
Not a lot of bright green in the giants. Not
really
red either. China, on the other hand, is having a pretty big day.
Yeah, I guess I could just do diagnostic stuff on it.
Story that could have easily gone overlooked, I think. Good thing
I'm not downloading a VAST though.
Use this good day because, as we know, the COVID recovery has not been as spectacular as people wanted.
This tells me how much.
Yes. The attention is on Alibaba and Ant Group, its fintech affiliate. Alibaba shares are around 9% higher, and it's after its fintech affiliate was fined the equivalent of about $1 billion by the Chinese government. The reason why investors
that's just I already know this stuff.
Today is because this potentially concludes that years of long scrutiny and restructuring of Ant Group that the government.
Then I could check. Yeah, Windows Memory Diagnostic. Yeah, this is what I could try and do this, I guess. It's weird though. It started with my CPU, and now it's my RAM is loaded up. My CPU is not loaded up though; it just spikes.
And it all started with that halt of Ant Group's $37 billion IPO.
Windows Memory Diagnostic.
Which then sparked a
I'll just do that.
of the company that it's been having to go through ever since then. And so
I'll do it while I'm streaming.
Fine, by the way.
Just kidding.
It covers several things. Regulators say that there were problems with the company's corporate governance, that the investor protections and fulfillment of obligations to prevent money laundering. It was a lot of issues there, according to regulators. And they also say that the company engaged in payment and settlement businesses in those past years. There were antitrust concerns in 2021 when China's antitrust regulator fined Alibaba for $2.8 billion, accusing them of
barbecue exploding
or abusing its dominant market position. So there have been quite a few things happening with this stock in particular and its affiliate.
Yeah, I did the antivirus and Windows updates and everything. I'm all good there.
Excited today about the fact that this huge regulatory process could be coming to a close.
It almost dates back, a little bit after Jack Ma kind of like went missing for a couple months back in 2020. There was a lot of drama around this company that then preceded a major crackdown that was going on for like a year, basically, in the middle of their very stringent COVID regulations. And when we think about the relationship between asset prices and a stock market and the economy, they're disconnected, but they're not that disconnected. And so I do think that this could potentially be sort of a seminal.
So apps you have open, turn some apps off.
COVID overall recovery.
If it's able to make best use of the opportunity at hand, right? And so we do still have a sluggish recovery happening, and that's a cloud that's going to loom over this stock until it's cleared.
I'm going to close it down with some apps.
Some major relief are up 9%. Thanks for the story.
It's kind of a band-aid. I think something's wrong.
Definitely dwarfing the moves here in our own stocks, which, by the way, we just are kind of ticking back and forth here in the equity market, trying to hold on. All right. Thanks, Renita Young and Kevin Hanks. Appreciate it, guys. All right, let's have a conversation with a very interesting manager of a business that has some insights into the investing world. Ben Wren is the founder and chief executive.
The virus is up to date.
Tech. a software
The
platform, as I
antivirus.
understand it, that handles data processing and technology for asset managers, hedge funds. Ben, tell us about what you do.
Hey, Oliver. Yes.
No issues on the device performance and health.
Interesting macro environment.
I'll do the RAM check.
And the rise of the AI
And then,
the large language
I don't know, I might just do a refresh on Windows.
to how finance professionals approach the way they invest. So what we are seeing today is that investor has to look both forward and backward. So when I say looking forward, it's about finding causal relationships in the financial markets, particularly about interest rate, unemployment rate, GDP growth, savings rate, everything people worry about and think about these days because it feeds into every single investment decision.
Weird.
So large language models actually is very good at reasoning. We can think of it as a reasoning machine.
We might get a power hour or a power hour bounce rip.
And it understands concepts like yield curves, like when rate goes up, inflation tends to come down. However, large language models are not very good at math, because it's like intellectual but without the calculator. So what we are doing at SIGTech is to provide the tools necessary for the large language models to do the calculations while being able to leverage their strength in terms of conceptual reasoning. So
Oh, BBIG, I thought you said BBY. I'm not sure. We were watching it. Some kind of squeeze going on with BBIG.
And then they can have a pretty deep.
I didn't really check for catalysts though. Let's see. More board shakeup?
When this happens, what should happen? But then
Maybe it's something to do with their board?
It relies on what we call backtesting.
I mean, we know this thing's super volatile.
To actually go back in history, look for
At times, it's been in a crazy meltdown.
And see to what extent market moved under what circumstances.
Reverse split squeezer. Sometimes stocks have squeezed around reverse splits. It's been a while, but not sure. A lot of volume today too. 10 million. And the average is like 250,000. Yeah, we're looking for kind of a handle, I think, on here. This is going to continue.
Make their own models to respond to inputs
to see you trace somewhere. It doesn't have to come all the way down to 50%. It could be 23.6, could be 38.2. Usually you don't want more than 50%.
Language model services, where do you sit on that process?
That's a great question. So we focus on one thing, which is to minimize the time between ideation and execution. So we want to help managers and investors to take their ideas to market as quickly as possible. So what we do is we model 3 categories of objects, essentially, in the financial capital markets. Those are financial instruments, investment strategies, and portfolios. So those models are implemented and then essentially...
Yeah, I know Trey is like, that's all... Something's wrong though, you know what I mean?
To anyone who wants to use those capabilities.
It's like
what we are doing today
trying to put premium in a car that's not running right. It'll run better.
To AI models. So AI models can, when they have a conversation
not running right.
with the user,
not because it's knocking and detonating, but for other reasons.
On the fly and do back testing in real time.
If I did something different than it's doing this, then yeah, okay, I need to whatever. Close down programs, optimize. I shouldn't have to change anything though. Nothing's changed, and something on the back end is causing this.
Algos right now. What's most important to them? They plugging in jobs data? Are they plugging in AI data into a data machine?
Do the RAM test and then a refresh and see where I'm at there.
For traders.
The desktop. No, fans aren't dirty. I just replaced the motherboard on it 6 months ago, so it's all pretty clean under there. And I just actually repasted my CPU like 2 weeks ago. Thinking that was the problem with the CPU spiking, which is a good thing I did because I had a thermal pad on there and that actually doesn't work as well at all.
On the other hand, we have thousands of new data sets coming to the market. It has always
getting closer to VWAP.
For investors to figure out which data sets have value and which ones to focus on and how to turn those raw data into the right signals, which augments.
Oh, just magnet to VWAP. See that?
Inflation.
Could have held the short all the way to VWAP. Oh well.
Other information about geopolitics are very, topical these days.
Super fetch?
Where maybe the
we're busting through VWAP.
I'm sure hard to characterize.
I don't know what super fetch is. I don't think I have that.
Basis, but where is there any
No, I haven't
direction that the
refreshed Windows, so I'll try that.
Skewed towards?
Yeah, I think currently, historically, when the central banks hike rates so quickly, there's a lag, but we should already see a recession. There's a slowdown in the growth, and an increase in the unemployment rate. But this time, frankly, it's not as serious as what we originally thought. I think what happened is, coming out of the COVID and the pandemic, there has been a huge amount of fiscal stimulus. So this makes the situation quite different from previous decades. I think for investors these days, there's a huge emphasis on what I call looking forward, which is to deeply understand causal relationships between the major variables in the market, instead of just relying on sometimes superficial heuristics. Something what happened in the 90s, what happened in the 2000. So that's why we see the combination of a deep conceptual reasoning in finance combined with precise and accurate number-driven backtesting is a very powerful tool.
Okay. Hey, Ben, is your software going to be putting analysts out of business? This is going to be a tough market here if you can just let your language models run to build your own algos?
We tend to think our tools will not make analysts redundant, but instead we are going to give them the Superman's cape.
Give them more time, less time pressing the keys to actually build it, more time thinking about what matters, I guess. Interesting.
Got something for me, Alex?
Thanks for bringing us
Friday hug.
info. Ben, appreciate your thoughts.
Yeah, I'll do that. Just a simple reset where everything just, it basically just reinstalls Windows. Passwords and everything's all still there. Programs are all still there.
Inflation, even the smartest quants using the AI models to try and figure out where it goes. We'll take a break from the macro discussion.
I don't do a full format.
Medicine with the CEO of a stock that has gone ballistic over the last 6 months. It's Disc Medicine, ticker IRON. This should be very cool coming up.
Alright, you too, Jay from the Bay. Thanks for the support, man. Have a good weekend. Barbecue and green. Psh, good, man. Good. Doesn't look like it, but the way we see end-of-day pumps, I mean, isn't it kind of a bull flag here? Typically, I would think this wouldn't happen until next week, but I don't know. EWM found support. Right up where he closed. Got an RSI divergence there on the 5-minute. I wouldn't be very bullish on it. MACD flip bearish. Buy's making a move for VWAP again, or sorry, barbecue. Processes, 261. I don't know if we're gonna get a bounce here. It's coming up on 330. I might want to keep flushing down to the support. 440. Back to that breakout level. Seemingly so. At least have it. I mean, I can't really. I'm not running anything extra. This is what I normally run too. That's the thing. I'm not doing something in extra, and my computer's performing differently.
Products here then, this is it a dual-pronged approach then as investors? This is what we should be looking for, essentially these two trials as being the main potential earners for the company in the long term?
Well, I think one of our strengths is that we've built a diversified pipeline. So we have this lead program that I mentioned, it's called bitopertin, and we're in these phase 2 trials now with this exciting initial data and more data coming soon. We also have 2 more programs in clinical stage. One of those was called DISCO 974. It's actually in 2 different disease trials right now, and we expect to have preliminary data from that by the end of the year as well. So there are multiple catalysts coming across our pipeline as we come into the end of the year, and then a lot of excitement where that lead program, bitopertin, can go across 2024.
Bitopertin being the furthest along right now, but DISCO pretty much right behind, right? Also entering into phase 2?
Yeah, DISCO 974, it's in what's called phase 1B. It's where you're finding the right dose in those initial few patients. Once we see the dose that's active, then we flip that into a phase 2 trial, and it'll be right behind bitopertin, like you said.
Okay. DISCO targeting anemia of myelofibrosis, as well as anemia associated with the chronic kidney disease. So I feel like that group there might be a little bit easier for the average person to kind of wrap their head around as, more kind of commonly known ailments. That's also where the ticker comes in, iron, right?
You're right. Yes, the company was founded around the control of iron metabolism. You know, iron is what makes your red blood cells red. It's a critical component of red blood cells. It's part of the oxygen carrying capacity. And our insight there is that if you can control iron metabolism, you should be able to control the biology of red blood cells and make a difference in diseases. And a common kind of disease is anemia, where your body's not making enough red blood cells. And that often happens because it's not able to access those 2 diseases you mentioned, myelofibrosis and chronic kidney, are both marked by anemia, where these patients can't make enough red blood cells. And we hope to show that by restoring access to iron, we can actually, build more red cells in those patients and improve their quality of life and their overall health outcome.
Very interesting. So it sounds like the way you're able to manipulate and the body and the way to produce what you want to produce, there's, I would guess, kind of other applications of this. Maybe you haven't even thought about down the road, right? I mean, you're not going to be limited to this when you have that type of ability to affect red blood cells. I mean, I feel like that could be in a lot of different applications.
That's exactly right. So, you know,
I still kind of flushing here. Think we bounce on this breakout level.
So bitopertin actually controls heme biosynthesis, which is the partner of iron. That second program, DISCO 974, we're able to control iron metabolism. These are fundamental to all red blood cell formation and function. So as we show that these initial disease states can benefit from these therapies, then that'll enable us to fan out and address a wide range of other diseases and indications where this control of iron and heme can have a benefit. So we see, you know, growth coming from just advancement of that lead program bitopertin, but also from advancement of that second program, DISCO 974. And then as we prove out those lead 3 indications, we see growth coming from the application of those drugs to other indications as well.
The science in the pipeline, very exciting. Let's talk some of the numbers for a sec, John, while we got you. As far as the financials go, do you have enough cash runway? I know that just in the past month here this summer, you did do an offering of shares as well. Tell me about what kind of cash flow you have and what you need, what your timeline looks like before you have to do something like that again.
Yeah, so we're very well financed right now. After that initial data that I was talking about, you know, we were able to have a follow-on public offering where we raised, you know, over $150 million. And we were already well capitalized.
All right, thanks, Trace. Appreciate it, man.
From a wide range of investors, including many of the top names in biotech investing. So at this point, we have a runway all the way deep into 2026. That gets us through many important data readouts across this pipeline. So we won't need to come back to the markets anytime soon, actually, to raise money. We're just looking forward to advancing the programs and proving out the value of our pipeline.
Okay. Well, the market doesn't often take 100 million plus of new stock and not punish the company for it. Quite the opposite, as you guys have been rallying through that. So it seems a huge dose of confidence injected where the market was happy to dilute, obviously, the shares by bringing more on. So that much demand for it. John, thanks for the explanation. We'll certainly be following on more closely going forward.
Thank you. Good to talk to you.
Thanks. John Quisel is the president and CEO at Disc Medicine, ticker IRON. Iron, easy to remember.
You mean restore point before I before I do the stuff that the links.
Share offering. So very impressed by the latest.
I see.
Up next, we got Mr. Tommy White.
I'll probably reset it first, and then if it's back to normal, then you do that to maybe boost it. But I didn't need it. You know, didn't need to boost it before. Like everything was running real cool, under 50%. You know, 40, 30%, 20%. All started when I got in that stupid Twitter ape spaces call with Pulte. Pulte gave me the virus. Maybe it's those apes. $3:30, 30 minutes till the end of the week. BBBYQ, look at trying to break out up there. That's crazy. Look how high the VWAP is. Wild. Pulte did infect me. Let's see. Still no shares populated on my borrow desk for barbecue. I actually did close back out of barbecue. My jump back in was a bit irrational. And it does look like we're rejecting this for now. So my original reason to get out, I'm sticking with, basically. We do have a little head and shoulders here, as you guys mentioned. So there's big news over the weekend, and we gap up 200%. Again, thank my sacrifice once more. Supply bouncing right on that level. You're welcome, my passing cloud. Looking back on how nice his price action was today, just feels stupid for not being able to make a lot of money on it. Like, how in the world? And then some other days it's really strange and it's just choppy like this and I do well. Not usually, but like, what am I set up for? What's my mindset for that day? Gotta be more flexible.
Let's go there. Shares up. Crude oil's having a good day.
Yeah.
We haven't hit it yet, but we are going to talk about it in a little bit here.
Yeah, crude's having a really nice day. Second week in a row of gains for oil. It was touching over 73 bucks a barrel earlier. And Exxon up nearly 1% today, despite a downgrade out of Wolf Research, Oliver. They downgraded it to appear perform from an outperform. Now, remember, just 2 days ago, Exxon reduced margin for Q2 earnings by about $2.1 billion in a regulatory filing. They said they saw changes in liquid prices impacting Q2 results, and then change in gas prices also impacting that same quarter by about 2.2 to 1.8 billion on the downside. So a little rough stretch here for Exxon. It's down about 6% so far this year on probably that weakness from last June highs in crude oil above 120 bucks a barrel. But crude having a nice day today, giving it a lift despite that downgrade, and people in there maybe taking advantage of the pullback that we've seen in the shares recently and the underperformance, because they were out there buying calls in the August cycle. Over 20,000 of the 110 strike calls were scooped up for an average debit of about $1.10. So that break even of 111.10 over the next month and a half or 42 days, that's 7% above the current share price in there. Solid support at the 101 level. If you look at this on a chart over the last 3 months, every time it's gotten down to that level, it's bounced off. But yeah, a couple days ago, they reduced some of their operating margins, which put it under some pressure, but getting lifted today even after a downgrade on that rise in crude prices.
Okay. Nice little pickup here. Finally, WTI showing a little bit of ambition, and Exxon winning alongside next to it makes sense. Not surprised to see some call option buyers.
Whoa, SPY flushed through that level right there.
And Peloton. I'm always surprised when I see people taking stabs at Peloton. Last one we got is XPO Logistics.
Yeah.
If we get an inverse head and shoulders here.
I mean,
Shoulder, head, shoulder.
This could be a George Tillis overlooked stock here.
It can't be. We've had the team on.
That would be pretty surprising if it didn't bounce back up here. Actually,
up 81% so far this year.
That's kind of bearish coming into the end of the week.
I looked at like JB Hunt, Knight Swift, and some of the competitors in this
Oddly bearish.
space.
If it is completing this handle.
Doing that well, they're kind of meandering and consolidating. But
weird.
Look at that that chart of XPO. Today, Raymond James raised a price target on it to $67. A couple days ago, Citigroup raised their price target on it. Now you got to remember, with this company, they used to be a big conglomerate in the logistics space.
Well, I did not expect that to break through.
They did spin off 2 of their segments.
Dang, my shorts up here would have been great. Why'd I close them and reopen them and then go long and then go close and then go overtraded? It's like looking at the chart. It's such, because half the time when you have such a nice bullish continuation, you have this pullback and this will still turn into a rally. I'm closing it, but then it turns into continuation, and then some more, and then more and more. But yeah, this short was great here. As good as the long at this point.
But there were call buyers in here today. Short term, just 14 days till expiration. Traders were buying over 7,000 of the 60 strike calls in the July 21st monthly series. Average debit is 210. So that break even is 62.10 over the next 2 weeks. It's about 3% above the current share price in there. With call volume, we typically don't see a lot of massive
there's some
call volume is about 5 times.
There's some fear coming into the weekend. It's definitely there.
Oliver. So yeah, all-time highs, and somebody thinks it's going to continue to go up over the next couple weeks.
Okay. Hey, it's a good-looking chart.
Yeah.
Seems like a real solid business, and definitely disrupting the logistics world a bit here, and also the industrial, process, basically. Supply chain problems. This company has been aiming to solve them and apply a little grease on the wheels of the Western industrial world.
That spin-off of a couple of their businesses really helped them kind of focus on what was important in that space, probably the highest margins and the less
and this computer fix will help.
And seasonality in that space.
GXO is the other one that's done really well.
Yeah.
You can tell
and XP.
boiling.
So 2 separate companies.
Boiling my emotions a little bit.
In the logistics world. All right, thanks,
frustrating me.
Winner here that's been consistent.
Testing my patience
to hold on, to its
on and off during the day.
Pretty fragile right now. It kind of fading the Nasdaq. Now,
Barbecue bouncing up a little bit there.
Russell seems fine. Plenty
Jeez,
of room
man.
for small caps to breathe, but
took the long here on the support. We just flushed through there. 15 minutes to go. 10 minutes of Fugazi. What are we gonna do on a Friday? Almost gone back red on SPY. Not looking good. Dude, that intraday move is beautiful for trading. Yeah, SPY still flushing there. CWM trying to halt. CWM. Hey CDB. Oh no way, it broke out. Yeah, that's a halt into close. Halts in the last 15 minutes, they're gonna halt it into close. Jeez, that might be a runner next week. That's crazy. Very strong. RSI divergence slapped it. Happy day. Good to hear, Jonathan. I suck today. Not a good day for me. Those are good days to just cut losses early and chill. Alright, this price action's been very nice. Buy is now red. My puts are actually coming up in value a little bit here. That's funny. Finally. What I need, 437 something? I guess I'm hedged, just with horrible entries. Gosh, man. Spell halt without a U. Doubly can't spell today. Barbecue moving up. Bull flag. Buy still flushing here. Guess we're going for a 10 minutes of Fugazi Hail Mary. Barbecue moving up a little bit. Just a little bit. 2902 would be a right shoulder retest. Although it is in a bull flag. I said head and shoulder. I forgot we're actually in a bull flag, so it looks good. This head and shoulder is still kind of here. I don't like that it failed that cup and handle. Whatever. I'll check it out next week. A huge gap up. Buy is flushing. Is there news or something? U.S. State Department has made a determination approving a possible foreign military sale to France of Hellfire missiles for $203 million. I don't think that's it. Coming back down for the low of the day. Crazy big reversal. Look at Friday afternoon Jedi.
Chart, though. I mean,
The birds are even flying around her.
Strapped in, helmet on, ready to roll with the blows of Bitcoin. This thing's been down from 80 bucks to 15, and it's still up 600% over the last 3 years. So it's like just pure madness.
You have to have such a high risk tolerance, honestly, when looking at this name. I mean,
Jeez, Buy fleshy.
150% a year to date. My thinking is, what happened? Like, why did they see so much downside that now they could rally back 350%, you know?
Yeah, true. All right. BTC not doing squat, though. All right. Good eyes, Jenny, on Riot Platforms. Thanks very much. Okay. Well, that wasn't super bullish crypto. I'm doing fine. We got Scott Bauer, CEO of Prosper Trading Academy, joining us on this Friday. Scott, you want to jump in on the crypto talk here? You know, Bitcoin's been kind of weak all day, and now stocks fade down too.
Absolutely, Oliver. And we've talked over the last several weeks before
Is
this
Bitcoin
big
selling
move
off?
up here that I thought that breakout was going to be to the upside. And we hit the number almost to the penny. I mean, we were looking at 31.5 area, and it traded just above there and now came off a little bit. And now we're going to be in a consolidation and a holding pattern again here a little bit. But you know what? These miners.
When's the last time we've seen a sell-off into close on SPY on a Friday?
They're starting to catch up a little bit here, and the call activity, as you guys just discussed, is unbelievable. So for Bitcoin itself here, I think we consolidate. I would look for 29 to the downside. 31.5 is still going to be resistant, and if it breaks through there, Oliver, 35 is the next stop.
10 minutes, here we go.
Any thoughts on what will cause it
We
from
about to break the low of the day.
standpoint? Do we know what moves this thing at this
Bitcoin's
point?
in a range.
I tell you, it's gone
SPY's about to make
pretty tough.
new low on the day on SPY.
I think we need some positive
Wow.
news about some of these ETFs. You know, whether it's
This thing is just
BlackRock, the other one,
dumped.
things coming out of the SEC, because there's a lot built into this move because of, you know, Larry Fink. I mean, he's out there touting this to no end right now. So there's a lot of positivity there. And some of that,
I feel like there's a
has
catalyst
come
for
off
this.
a little bit, you know, after we hit that resistance. But to me, it would be, let's not even call it positive news. It would
Waiting
be
for I to break out
negative
either side of that 100,000 times leverage.
SEC is looking at
100 times leverage.
regulatory-wise with these ETFs.
What's I?
Okay. Yeah,
Afternoon
I
trader.
think that the macro
Last 10 minutes of
connection
Fugazi
Bitcoin
for sure.
has lessened a bit, so it might.
But it's
just
been
be
crazy
some
the
of
last
these
like 30 minutes.
specific regulatory or structural events that get it to move, because we had so much strength.
Let's
in
get
stocks
Fugazi
for
to
6
VWAP.
months, and Bitcoin really just couldn't keep up. We saw the correlation break down a little bit. So yeah, at this point,
What a sell-off.
maybe it is more dependent on some of these, you know, kind of exogenous, existential events, you know, for the market.
I'm like wondering if we're still going to do a handle. That was
About this week as we head into the
pretty
weekend
ugly
here. I mean, we
second
had
half of
such
the
a
day.
different session today versus yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? That ADP number, that ADP number was just so out of whack. It was so out of whack. It was, I don't know. I never trust them. I never trust the ADP numbers. And the market certainly did, though. And I would have thought that with this morning, we would have seen a bigger rally today. When we got up to, you know, the high of the day, S&P's up 20 or so, and the Dow turned positive, everything was negative. I thought that could carry into the close. I really did, because I thought today's number was a good one. But obviously, the concern is that the Fed is not stopping. And when you look at what the CME FedWatch tool is, almost 100% probability of a quarter point hike in July, a pause, and then going out to November, there's about a
GME is now red on the
40%
day.
chance of another hike. That's kind of where we stood just before the print today also. So this is really
MULN's
data
down
and Fed
15%.
dependent. And I hate saying that, because it's hard to trade the market just waiting on an inflation number, but that's kind of where we are right now.
Okay. Yeah, well said. I think that is basically the next big highlight here to look for. Scott, thanks for the thoughts. Glad we got you this afternoon. Have a great weekend.
They're trying to trade barbecue, waiting on
Scott Bauer, CEO, Prosper Trading Academy. We got our Schwab
court
team here
hearings.
tonight. Kathy Jones and Michelle Gibley join me to give us some big picture perspective.
You get big gap downs on
Includes an international look as well.
nothing. Potentially. Okay. I'm not complaining. PWM, did it resume? It did resume, wow. 270%. I know, I'm seeing that inverse cup now, right here. I'm still thinking we're in this larger handle with a big move today. Wide range. When we were coming down, I was thinking maybe we'll make a full cup, but I was thinking, no way. Even all through here, I was like, I don't think so. But then look at that, it literally did the whole thing. Yeah, we're kind of back where we started at the day as far as uncertainty, because we could still be making this handle, but now we have this inverse cup. If we make a little handle here and it rejects, We just have to break out of this range. The market's totally uncertain. It's waiting on the data. Data next week. More or less just a lot of consolidation. Look at that date. Look at these daily candles and gaps. It's very ugly. That huge inverted hammer. Tiny bodied candle. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, there's no winners here. It's just they're all waiting on next week. Good intraday trading though. I mean, this is beautiful. Just can't suck. Oh, my Rivian puts at the bell. 5 minutes of Fugazi, not going to be kind. I just got Rivian puts partially. Wait, I got most of them filled. It's a bit of a YOLO, a bankruptcy YOLO. I've been slowly scaling into overpriced EV, eVTOL type stuff. This is I gotta close this stupid future. Oh wait. This is a Rivian. January 2.5 strike. Let's all the way to the bottom of the chain. Probably won't get in the money in that amount of time. So a bit of a volatility play, I guess, in case we get a big market sell-off in the next few months. Oh my gosh, dude. Got wrecked today. This move was huge. My puts are slowly creeping up in value, even to end of day. Only I waited to get my puts till up here. I went short in the futures. That would have been a huge move. Okay. 3 minutes to close. Didn't trade more than I can lose to come back and fight next week. Did give up some profits from this week though. Let's see. Get him out of that crap. And I'm not sure. Seems like market's just waiting on next week on the data. Got inverse cup here now. The larger cup and handle I think still in play, but just amongst a lot of chop now. This could still climb up, retest. So we'll see what next week's data brings. Barbecue. I don't know. I feel like we're gonna get news over the weekend. It's probably gonna be bullish. So that's why I got rid of my exposure. No, it kind of failed. Kind of failed the cup and handle. But it's hard to say with just how big this whole thing is down here and it wicked out. I don't know. Maybe it's still in a handle. I took the risk off for the weekend. It needs to hold this level next week. Where it's seeming like it is. Did make kind of a bull flag today with little head and shoulders up here, but all within a bull flag, so no problem there. You're about to be fired on Friday. Yeah. All right. Thanks guys for the support today. I won't get you fired. Ah, we start getting the pumpers in here. BBBYQ could be a big squeeze. Insiders say. Thanks, Ape Love 8. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I might take an entry on this and McLovin, McMullen next week. I'm looking for a retracement on this handle. I'll take it easy, Macaron. Thanks for the support, guys. Thanks, Christopher. Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks, Trays. You guys for the support today. Pretty exciting. Barbecue with the big bounce. It's not bad. And we're at 40 likes on the day. Well done. Thank you for the new membership. Jonathan, see you on Discord, man. Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for the support. Have a good weekend. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Be good this weekend. Take it off. Chill. Cheers. Cheers, buzzing. Thanks, man. We've got some exciting movements, I think, for next week. Even though this week was pretty exciting. Last 2 days. A lot of big catalysts next week. Barbecue could be big. BBBYQ. MULN, I think. Yeah, all those. 41. Thanks, Bruce. Thanks, Kitty Daddy. Thanks, Judah. Thanks, Buzzin. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thanks, Kala and Ape. You bots, but I appreciate you. Trays, Trader, PDB. Have a good weekend, guys. Peace out.